say in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a Texas tailgate free-for-all football Friday. I am coming to you from Louisville, Kentucky. And we'll make the drive, the hour, 15-minute drive tomorrow over to Lexington for Texas' first ever trip to Kentucky. Zay.
Wow.
We're gonna find out if this Texas football team is all about it, or do they relapse back into their penalty-prone ways on the road? 0-2 in true road games so far this season. Of course, Texas came into the year with a nation-leading 11-game winning streak in true road games, but losses at Ohio State, at Florida have brought that to an end. And obviously they had the win on the road, but at a neutral site last week, 23-6 over OU. And they're 12.5-point favorites against a desperate physical team coming off a bye week, just like Florida. Desperate physical team coming off a bye week. We know Mark Stoops' teams will play physical and they will hang around as long as you let them, Zay.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Can't complain. Yeah, very eager to see what Texas team we get tomorrow. You know, we're hoping the best. If you're a Texas fan, you're hoping you get that same team with that mentality that they brought to the Red River Shootout and not the one that you saw against Florida. And now you're dealing with more injuries than you would like. I mean, yeah, we know about Cole Hudson being out, but now you got Connor Stroh, Xavier Filsaime, CJ Baxter is still doubtful. Murad Watson is questionable. So even though you feel like you'll be good without those guys against Kentucky, I look for the long haul, Chip. I look for the future and how maybe some of these injuries could play a part into the Longhorns season. And all eyes will be on the center tomorrow coming in, Connor Robinson and how he's going to mesh with this offensive line that was good against Oklahoma, but still not great. Now, Oklahoma's defense is really good. Got to respect that. But where's Contravian Wisner? Another week, healthy. Hopefully he's good. Where's Arch Manning? These wide receivers, building some chemistry. Where's Sark's mindset on the play calling, going up against this Kentucky defense that's been lit up a little bit. They've been lit up. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of teams have gutted them a little bit, especially through the air. So will Texas be able to take advantage of those opportunities in a night game on the road in the SEC? I know it's Kroger Field. You heard Drew Fabianich yesterday say Kentucky, the atmosphere is nothing to write home about, but you still got to respect it as an SEC on the road battle. I think the Longhorns do tomorrow. I think it's still going to be ugly at times, but I still think they pull it off and get the dub and get their first true road game win of this 2025 season.
Yeah, it's this is a grow-up game for Texas and Steve Sarkisian's way of trying to make sure that what happened in Florida doesn't happen again is he's gone to this is an SEC championship game for us. And that worked the last couple of years, Zay. When they lost 34-30 to OU at midseason and had to get to the Big 12 title game, they said every week was a championship game. And then last year, when they lost to Georgia, same thing. And so this is now we're going to find out, because if there's good news, it's that you're starting to see, guys like Arch Manning, Colin Simmons playing better football than they were when they were pressing. I think they're both out of their heads now and are getting into a rhythm in terms of what they need to do. But it's, you got to prove it. You got to do it. You got to go on the road. You got to do it. And this is one of those games where everybody expects you to roll, and you got to come out grimy. You got to come out nasty. You got to come out exactly like you did against OU. And can this team do that? Are they mature enough? You got still questions on the offensive line. Yes, you had a running back driven running game last week, really for the first time since Ohio State. And you got to have that again, because Kentucky's going to do everything they can to take away the run and force Arch Manning to beat them, which he might be able to do and probably will be able to do anyway. But you want to develop this running game. And obviously the first half against OU was not good. But Arch made plays with his arm in that first drive of the third quarter, 6 of 6. They had the Quintravian Wisner 37-yard run, which gave that whole offensive line some confidence. And that was a play largely made by Quintravian Wisner. I mean, our Mason Thomas was right there. Could have dropped him for a loss, but Wisner got out of danger and then, made a couple of other guys miss and picks up that 37-yard run. That may have been the play of the game. I know there were some great throws by Arch on third down, the sideline, toe tapper to Parker, the kind of moving left, throwback right to Wingo. There were some really good, even the touchdown pass to DeAndre Moore was on third down. So everything was working last week. And can they carry that over? Can they show that they are that kind of team with that kind of resolve? I think people are expecting that because they're seeing Arch Manning playing better. He's looking like a guy who's in command of the offense, who is playing with confidence, unlike the first 3 games of the year. So can he just keep getting better, week to week improvement, sign of a well-coached team? Improve on what you did against OU. Don't go back to the 16 combined penalties you had against Ohio State and Florida. Show us that 4 penalty outing against OU on the road. And, Nick Brooks and Connor Robertson, how are they communicating? Trevor Gooseby didn't have a great game last week.
Yeah, he got nicked up a little bit.
Yeah, he was on the bike.
Yeah.
And they are paper thin on the offensive line.
Yeah, again, Connor Stroh being out. We know Andre Kojo's not available, getting hurt beginning of the year. Still don't know what the deal's with Neto. But still feel like they just gave up on him and said, Nick Brooks, you're our guy. We're willing to take the flaws that you have coming in as a freshman, which there are a lot. But Nick Brooks has the right mindset. Again, going back in that OU game, even when he was messing up, the effort was still there. There were plays that he wasn't necessarily involved, but he was going in and finding OU guys just to hit for no reason. I'll take that. You know what I'm saying? At least your mind's in the right place. Even though you don't know where you're going, hey, you see an opposite jersey that's close to you, go hit that mother lover. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all. We'll take that at this point, because some of these guys, there's a lot of whiffs out there. And I'm going to keep it a buck, Chip. Some might not want to hear this. Some might think I'm a little cuckoo for saying this. This is an audition tape for Connor Robinson. Cole Hudson, I do not think your job is solidified. I don't think that's just when Cole Hudson comes back. Or if he's healthy, I don't know if his spot will be there if Connor Robinson has some good games. I'm keeping it real with you. Cole Hudson hasn't been great.
Right.
You feel decent about him because he's been in the program so long. So you would like to think he knows what the hell he's doing, but it's still kind of a transition for him. going from that right guard spot that he was substituting in and out with DJ Campbell in the 2024 season now to the starting center. There's been moments where he's been solid, and then there's been moments where you're like, dude, what the hell are you doing? Like, damn, how are you getting beat like this? So if I'm Connor Robinson and he puts up 2 straight weeks of really good film, again, he might not necessarily be just completely blowing guys up the line, but at least getting a hat on somebody to where your run game is relevant so you could have some consistency offensively. And a lot of that goes to Steve Sarkisian's play calling. I'm very eager to see how Sark goes about this game. Are you going to give Kentucky the same respect that you gave OU to where you're willing to do the dink and dunk stuff? You know, Arch Manning, he's got check down options. Guys aren't going just 30 yards down the field, and you're forcing your offensive line that's been shaky to protect longer than 3 seconds. Or is he going to stick with that short game, even though it's Kentucky? And then when Kentucky gets a little greedy and starts to try to take that away, then you beat them over the top. I don't know. I feel like Texas just straight up has the dogs to where they should be able to do whatever they want, but you just don't know with this team still.
Right.
I need to have it proven to me. That's why my score is 24-10. I don't know, especially with Connor Robinson being there. Because, again, if Connor Robinson ain't beating out Cole Hudson with all the flaws that he has, then that means Connor Robinson ain't that good, in my opinion. So, again, Nick Brooks, can you get that much better? You know, Trevor Gooseby, DJ Campbell, can you continue to play just solid, clean football? Last Saturday was a really good week for DJ Campbell. He was solid. You know, Brandon Baker, same thing. Can they just keep that up and then have this running back room, which is different now with Jared Gibson leaving? Now, what's that going to look like? Because, again, Travian Wisner, he scares me getting all of those carries like he did. I know the Red River Shootout's a different game when it comes to physicality, but these guys aren't playing flag football this weekend. This is still SEC football. So
SEC football.
Yeah, they're going to be smart with Travian Wisner. I still need to be proven some with this offense.
Yeah. Joe K wants to know, why am I not broadcasting from the Woodford Reserve Distillery? Because I just got into town. I was up late last night at the Ice Cube concert.
Yay. How was that?
Oh, my God. It was fire. It was fire. He went chronological. He started off in the 80s. It was great. He was kind of telling the stories.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. He don't move much. I see it. He don't move much.
Yeah, and he's out there by himself. Like, you would think.
No hype man, no nothing.
Right. Like, you'd think he'd have maybe some dancers or something, but
nah.
Yeah, it's just him.
Yeah, and he won all that money.
Yeah, he won all that money. Now, he did have Eazy-E's son come out and did an Eazy-E song, and he sounds like him.
Yeah, I've heard him before. Little Easy, is that what they call him?
Yeah, Little Easy.
Little Easy, yeah.
So yeah, that was great. It was fire. I mean, he talked about, hey, I was just kind of minding my own business, and then all my boys came after me. So you come after me, you're going to hear from me. And that's how he introduced No Vaseline. I mean, and now they're all boys.
Yeah, they're cool.
It's amazing to me. Like, if you think back to NWA and the fact that Dr. Dre's a billionaire, and he's probably a billionaire because he ended up with Suge Knight, because Jimmy Iovine, when Suge Knight was seen as a up and coming record label guy, was connected to Dre, and Jimmy Iovine was working with him, and Jimmy Iovine was the, partner for Dre on the Beats headphones that made them billionaires. and then, you know, Ice Cube getting in with John Singleton on Boys in the Hood.
Yeah.
Like he got emotional talking about John Singleton. He's like,
Did he really?
He's like, John Singleton made me believe I could be a writer and a director in Hollywood. Me. He's like, me, kid from Compton. And you know, Cube co-wrote Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, he got a writing credit on that. And
DJ Pooh.
yeah, I mean, and now, you know, he's had a lot of success in Hollywood. So yeah, it's impressive, man. I mean, and even Cube is like, I'm glad I'm still here.
Yeah.
He's like, there were some times, you know, where we were in some tight spots early on. And he's like, I'm glad we're still here. Yeah. So
no, Boys in the Hood, one of the greatest movies of all time. So many guys got their break from that, from Cuba Gooding to Morris Chestnut, Nia Long, obviously Ice Cube. That's just, it's a tough watch. That's one of those you better prepare yourself to watch Boys in the Hood because it's very emotional. And Lawrence Fishburne, he was amazing in it too.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm glad you had fun, man. Like Ice Cube, he's different. He's a gem.
Yeah, he had great energy, had a great set. He had cars up on the stage, you know, and
yeah, man, the lowriders.
Yeah, it was great. And of course, L Bell and our first date was an Ice Cube concert at Nutty Brown. So, you know, we were going back to kind of where it all started.
Yeah.
You know,
love started.
Love around here.
Love around here, especially when Ice Cube's involved.
Right. Come on, Q. I mean, every other word was MFer, but hey.
Hell yeah. That's how it should be.
That's the way it should be.
Yay.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Does he do any West Side Connection songs? I know he does NWA, but West Side Connection, that was a different era of Q with Mac 10 and Dub C. Those guys, that was a fun time. Like I thought that kind of resurrected Cube's career in a way.
Yeah, he did The Streets from the West Side Connection era, Bow Down.
Yeah.
Gangsta, The Killer, and the Dope Dealer.
Yeah.
Gangsta Nation.
Oh man, that's some good stuff right there.
Then he did a Warren G set. This
really?
DJ Party We Will Throw Now, Regulate. And then he did the 2000s. I Rep That West, Natural Born Killers, Hello.
I'm not familiar with some of those.
Gangsta Rap Made Me Do It, which is just a hilarious song. It's like he talks about everything, you know, that's wrong in the world and everybody blaming gangsta rap for it. Yeah, and then he finished it with It Was a Good Day and It's My Ego. So, yeah, that was on point, man. And he's like, you know, some of these MCs, you know, they just want to, you know, get that money, get in, get out after an hour. He's like, we doing the whole catalog tonight.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. It was good. Zay, we got interesting games. Of course, we'll have our picks after we
before we get to the games and all that stuff. Before we get to all that, you got to go have dinner at Pasta Primavera tonight. That place still open?
I'll ask.
Ask around. You got to have dinner there just because, you know, how many could say they went to the place that my man Rick Pitino was doing the deed on the tables, you know?
See, I was going to see if Muhammad Ali's favorite restaurant is still around. Because you know, you land in Louisville, it's Muhammad Ali International Airport, and there's some good history here. We got Muhammad Ali and we got Pasta Primavera.
Yeah, it's great history.
Rick Pitino, baby, bar the door.
Real Italian style with the goumage. Yeah, man.
Have the strength coach blocking the door so he can get down.
Just mob stuff. Ain't nothing.
And then he ends up suing the woman that he had relations with, that he paid for her to have an abortion.
Jeez.
And she was found guilty of extortion.
Yeah. She tried to expose Rick.
Rick
was just trying to get in and out.
He's just a good Catholic, man, with 7 kids.
That's what I'm saying. He's just a great coach. Role model. He's a role model. You know what I'm saying?
He brought him a national championship here in Louisville.
Exactly. What Rick Pitino means to the state of Kentucky? Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah.
The whole state. You know how much money he's brought to the whole state?
Yeah, man. Leave him alone.
Yeah, this it's Colonel Sanders, Rick Pitino, Muhammad Ali. Representing for Kentucky.
CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, says hopefully tomorrow will be a little easy.
Yeah.
Let's see what he did there. Did there.
That's the plan, CB. I mean, this defense should continue to show up. Like there should be something unleashed from them. Color Bowley, I need him seeing ghosts tomorrow. Seth McGowan, all right, bro. You ain't on that injury report, which means you want this. They gonna give you the ball. All right, let's go. You did go to OU. I'm sure you talked to some of your boys about that ass whooping that your former teammates got last Saturday in Red River. So, yeah, you saw it. Had to watch film on it. I need to see that type of energy from this defense against Seth McGowan and Color Bowley. But don't sleep on Color Bowley. Y'all gonna see that release. See the way that ball comes out of his hands. It's quite a sight.
Well,
it might not get to the destination it's supposed to. but coming out of his fingertips, quite a sight.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like Seth McGowan's going to play.
Yeah, good for him.
He's a violent runner. And I don't think he's Cam Scattaboo violent, but he's a violent runner. If Texas isn't all fired up to bring the pain tomorrow, then you see Kentucky break a couple of runs. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You got to send that message early and often. And we're also going to have our NBA picks.
Okay, let's wait for that. Let's wait till next week, because the first game's on Tuesday. We can either go Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, we can do that Monday.
Yeah, I need a weekend to think this through.
Yeah, you need to really do a deep dive.
I'm going to do a deep dive.
Last year, you came up with Suns in 7.
It wasn't one of my best.
Hey, I had the Nuggets. They didn't do nothing.
Yeah. I mean, got to stay healthy. 82 games. That's a lot of games.
A lot of games, man.
My gut's telling me, like, why wouldn't Oklahoma City repeat? But when was the last time anyone repeated? Like, besides that Warriors team with Kevin Durant and Steph. Like, that's how good you have to be to repeat. Like, arguably top 15 players of all time playing together. So the Thunder, on paper, it's like, oh, yeah, Thunder, they got to repeat. But history shows it's harder to do.
Hard to do. All right, so we got some interesting games. We got Louisville, Miami tonight. At Hard Rock Stadium. I'm very interested to watch this game uninterrupted. I want to see where I want to see where the Miami Hurricanes are. Ruben Bain, all these dudes, the offensive line, defensive line. Miami, good teams win, great teams cover. Is Miami in that mode? Are they about it? Because, they won a 3-pointer over Notre Dame. They won a 6-pointer over Florida State. They beat the crap out of South Florida. They beat up on the Gators. But they've only played one road game. That's amazing. And they get Louisville and Stanford at home, and then they go to SMU. My God, how many damn home games do they have? They only play 4 true road games this year and 8 home games?
Yeah, I expect them to go undefeated for the rest of the season. I mean, you look at the rest of their schedule, it's pretty much cake. No offense to your Mustangs and all, but you got Syracuse, NC State, at Virginia Tech, at Pitt. So this looks like a team that, if you're a Miami fan, I'm already getting my, plans together to go to Charlotte for the ACC championship. Whoever that opponent's going to be, that's one of those fights for second. That's going to be very interesting once the end of November comes around. But yeah, Miami, that offensive line, solid. You think about Ruben Bain and that defense, they fly around, they cause just havoc every single snap. And then Carson Beck is playing solid football right now. He has his moments where he throws some weird stuff, but you can say that about a lot of quarterbacks in college football. Fernando Mendoza threw a pick 6 last week against Oregon. So, everybody has their mistakes, but Carson Beck overall isn't putting this team in harm's way to be a liability. And Miami, you got to give them their credit. They're handling their business and looking like the old days when, guys were partying and having a good time and Miami was really popping. So, yeah, good for them.
They got Mark Fletcher at running back. That dude's averaging 5.5 a carry and got 5 touchdowns on the ground. They got a couple of receivers you got to watch out for. That Tony guy, he looks like Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, because he wears number 10 and
Malachi.
Similar stature, 5'11", only a freshman. Again, all these freshman wide receivers across the nation are just balling out, but Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, and Michael Terry can't see the field. Dalen McCutcheon, none of those guys can see the field, but everywhere else.
McCutcheon's getting on the field.
Barely. He didn't play against Oklahoma.
He's had a couple of good catches.
Dalen McCutcheon, ever since Emmett Mosley V came back, Dalen McCutcheon said, all right, go ahead and sit with the rest of the freshmen. That's what Stark and Chris Jackson told him. Yo, dog, go ahead and sit with the rest of the freshmen because we don't play freshmen around here. What about Xavier Worthy? He was an exception. We don't play freshmen around here. I know you see all your friends and peers that used to dominate at camps and just get higher ratings than across the country playing, but we don't do it here for some reason. Texas freshman wide receivers, they just can't see the field. But here's this Tony guy, Malachi Tony, getting buku reps. Dallas Wilson, DeCorian Moore. Like, damn.
Tony's a Miami kid. You can say a lot of things about Mario Cristobal. Like, his game management is highly questionable, but that dude can recruit. That dude, I mean, if he didn't take the Miami job, Texas wouldn't have ended up with Kelvin Banks and Cameron Williams.
Yeah.
Those guys were both committed to Oregon, and when Mario Cristobal bailed on Oregon and went to Miami, and Texas Well, Rick Vasquez, when they launched the Pancake Factory and promised 50 grand to all their scholarship offensive linemen. Think about that now.
Yeah, we need to take some of that money back.
Well,
what's that money at?
50 grand was dirt cheap compared to what you're paying now.
Yeah.
And that was enough to get Kelvin Banks and Cameron Williams to sign with Texas. Those guys were pretty darn good. So yeah, man, Mario Cristobal, former offensive line coach, got some charisma about him. He's at his alma mater. He's loving life.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be easy to recruit at Miami. You kidding me? South Florida, the athletes that come out of there, Fort Lauderdale, like you might have to worry about them getting locked up every once in a while, but you got to go after them. No, I'm not lying. Don't make that face. That's a tough area. That's a tough area. You talking
but
about
not where that campus is. That campus is in like one of the most,
not Coral Gables.
That's like in one of the most exclusive neighborhoods in Miami.
Yeah, not Coral Gables. I'm talking about because Miami's such a unique place. Like it's South Beach and downtown and glitz and glamour, and then everywhere else is basically the hood. Like everywhere, Liberty City, everywhere else around it, they got some hard-nosed kids, man, that any coach would want. But yeah, it's you get caught in some areas where you're like, man, my head's better be on the swivel. And that's the type of talent that he's getting again. Like that's why Jimmy Johnson and all those coaches back in the day were successful because they just went right in their backyard.
Yeah, Michael Irvin.
Yeah, those fools, they were out of control.
Santana Moss.
Yeah, they were good. They could play.
Well, Rodney Smith says there's always freshman receivers producing for other teams. Excuse me.
Bless you.
But not at Texas. Now, hold on a minute. Xavier Worthy.
I said that.
Now, you got the option, thanks to the portal, NIL, to bring in guys who've already produced at other places, and Texas did that. Then the knock was, they bring in A.D. Mitchell, they bring in Matt Golden, they bring in Isaiah Bond, Silas Bolden, and then the knock was, well, don't sign with Texas because they're just going to bring in transfer receivers on top of you. So Texas went freshman heavy this year, and it's going to take a little minute to develop. Either that or you sign the wrong dudes. Dallas Wilson was very interested in Texas. He was going to be expensive, but you could have pooled all that money you spent on Lockett, French, and Terry and gotten you a Dallas Wilson. I mean, that was an option. So I'm real interested to see what Sarkisian does in recruiting at receiver for the 2026 class.
Yeah, you acting like these freshmen coming in just got a 3-meat brisket plate and some potato salad, and that's it. They got paid too.
Oh, yeah.
They're making money too. Like, they can't get on the field at all.
Well, how many receivers you want playing? 8?
Everyone needs to eat.
Parker Livingston has earned his spot.
I can't take him out right now.
He's earned his spot. He's making catches.
Yeah, he's earned it.
DeAndre Moore, you can't take him off the field. So now we're waiting to see Emmett Mosley emerge. They need him to emerge. And Wingo's got to get better. Wingo's got to become an animal. He's got to become like, I own this field, and I don't feel that presence from him. So maybe it'll come, He was pressing too early, and he wasn't getting very many good balls from Arch first few games. Yeah. So now he's turning it up ever since Arch finishing 7 of 10 against UTEP. Things have been, going good for Ryan Wingo. Arch is starting to spread it around. Got to get DeAndre Moore. Well, Moore's been in the end zone. Got to get Emmett Mosley in the end zone.
Yeah. Get Jack Andrews back in the mix.
Yeah, get Jack Andrews going again. You've got so many damn tight ends going in and out of the games that it's, Helm never left the field.
No.
So
yeah, he was always in a rhythm. You can't say that about these other guys because, like you said, they're just guys are coming in and out of the game.
Yeah, they're just like the first play of the game. What, to Washington? That tight end screen. And it 13-yard pickup. You'll take it. It's great. But, and look, that's part of when Sark gets everybody, and he gets the quarterback in rhythm. He gets some guys some touches that probably may not get touches later. And the defense probably not expecting Jordan Washington to get the first play of the game. So you've got a little element of surprise going on. But yeah, got to get Jack Endries going again. And you need Quintravian Wisner to keep doing what he's doing because he is the sole provider right now of this team's running game outside of Arch. Bad news this week that CJ Baxter's not ready. That's tough. And hell, they may hold him for Mississippi State. I mean, we'll see.
Coming back at Vanderbilt after the bye.
So, Quintravian Wisner, who's fighting through all kinds of shit. I mean, he's like the ribs, the hamstring. I mean, that was clutch. That was such a clutch performance from him last week. Like his big performances obviously A&M last year was beast. 33 carries, 186 yards, beast. He kept Texas balanced in that game. And Quinn's like Wisner's getting him down the field and then Quinn's throwing and coughing it up in the red zone. And Wisner just kept grinding and just so impressive. And then no one talks about the Kentucky game last year when he ran 26 times for, 150 yards in a super physical game. Like Kentucky's physical.
Yeah.
They're desperate. So I expect to see them come out like Florida. The question is Texas going to come out like Texas? Is Texas's physical going to be able to silence Kentucky's physical? Because remember, Kentucky led Ole Miss 10-0 and was tied 20-20 with Ole Miss late in the third quarter. Like Texas fans see that tomorrow, they're going to be like, Texas, they're not, they're backsliding. And they gotta show they're about it.
No, I think it's going to be another slow start. Like we haven't seen this team start fast really in any moments this year. Obviously kudos to the coaching staff for the adjustments that they made in the second half to score 20 unanswered points on Oklahoma. But, it shouldn't always have to get to that point. So can you start off fast? Can you have one of those drives that you had in the beginning of the second half against Oklahoma early against Kentucky, where that's the second drive of the first quarter? Can you go down the field where Archer's making 5-yard pass here, 8-yard pass there, 7-yard run here, just slowly, methodically moving the chains, no penalties, no setbacks? Can you do that? Do you have the mental toughness and self-discipline to continue to do that?
Got that focus.
Yeah, Steven, especially I got him really coached. You got to let him coach first. Steven, you're the one running the show, telling everybody what to do. Yeah. Can you do that for 2 straight weeks? Or are you going to get greedy? Are you going to be like, oh, we had a really good practice, we could do some things now, we've unleashed some stuff? And that might be true. That would be beautiful. You know what I'm saying? My man David Brown Burner going in on me. Like, I ain't a Texas fan out here just because I picked OU last week. Look, David, it's not my fault. What the team showed me up to that point was the reason I made the decision I did.
A lot of people. A lot of people were questioning Texas.
I had to question them. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I'm still questioning them. I think they're going to win this game, but I need to see more. Consistency. That's more than just one game. So I know
this is big. This is big too, because Sarkisian deserves some of the blame for the Florida loss because he was still calling the slow developing, deeper routes that had Arch averaging 3.23 seconds of time to throw behind an offensive line that was getting smashed. And he wasn't providing the outlet checkdowns for Arch in that game. Like, you didn't see a back just sitting there, Now Arch, by going to that quick passing game last week where Arch got it out in 2.79 seconds, like, don't go away from that. Dress it up however you want, but you're going to need to start off that way tomorrow night at Kroger Field.
Kroger.
And then, what a terrible name.
That's what I said. Kroger Field, man. Now,
like, can't you sell your naming rights to something? I don't know.
I don't know, man. If there was like an HEB field, that'd be dope. Like, I know Cedar Park has the HEB Center. That's dope because HEB elite brand. There's no Kroger around here, so I don't know what Kroger brings to the table, but they can be like HEB. Not enough to where you have your field about. That's what I'm saying. Kentucky don't care about football. 22 million on the basketball team. They don't care about this game. They're ready for hoops.
It's actually Kroger Field at Commonwealth Stadium.
Wow. All right.
Anyway, I'll stay out of that. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the distilleries. We'll see. I drove by Louisville's football stadium. That's a cute little operation. KFC.
That's dope.
That's a basketball arena.
That might be the basketball arena.
Yeah.
Which is dope. Colonel Sanders.
Colonel Sanders right downtown.
Yeah. Definitely deserves that. Dang, y'all going in on Kroger. CB said it's trash compared to HEB, which that's not a comparison there, but Hair of the Dog said it's garbage.
Garbage.
All right.
Hot garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, LSU Vandy, man, this is such a big game. This is such a big game because if Diego Pavia imposes his will on LSU, man, Brian Kelly is he's gonna feel it. Remember that guy who's like, what's going on with your offense? We just won the game. You can't run the ball. We ran the ball when we had to. Remember that?
I do. Great moment.
Wait till this game's in Nashville, 11 a.m.
Yep.
Nussmeier's been struggling a little bit. I'm just telling you, this is going to be one of my picks.
Oh, yeah?
I think Diego rises to the occasion.
Diego turn that pill over a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Turn that ball over, that gunslinger mentality.
Yeah, but
Favre.
Don't you think he's learned?
No.
No?
No, I don't know. He ain't gonna change the way he plays. He gonna always be aggressive. That's a part of the aura. Like, he's got to play free. He's got to play like you, just in the backyard with the homies. But
yeah,
you know me, I like Diego Pavia mama, so I support Diego Pavia.
Yeah, come on.
I support him. His mama deserves that. His mama deserves my support of him. Yeah, he cocky, but he needs that though. He's only 5'9", Jonathan.
He's transformed that whole program.
Exactly.
I
5'9".
love players like this. Like Cam Scadaboo, he's transformed the entire Giants mindset. That dude, I love players like that. Vince Young transformed a university from a soft. I used to joke that Mac Brown should have to give $50,000 to his favorite charity every time he said that Texas was physical, because they weren't until VY got there and Casey Studdard and Lyle Senline and Jonathan Scott and Justin Blaylock. Those dudes, nasty. I've been waiting for more of those dudes, because they used to double team people. Lyle would, get the guy's shoulder pads up so his arms are up, and then Casey'd come in and punch the guy in the ribs. Like, that's the legalized fighting that Dan Neal talks about.
Yeah.
Get up under a guy's pads and have the guy who's double teaming him with you throw some blows right into those ribs, man. In the pile. Get what you can get. We're not seeing enough of that. I don't like the way Texas is not finishing blocks. I agree with you. Nick Brooks went looking for guys, and Cole Hudson had a couple plays where he went downfield and took care of another guy, and it helped spring the 37-yard run by Wisner. More of that. More. Parker Livingston got just enough of a guy on that run to help Wisner. And the thing you like about Parker is he's like, I got to do better on the blocking. And then he goes out and he does better.
Yeah.
He doesn't just say it. Like, Wingo, come on, man. You're a big, strong dude. Like, lock up with some of these guys. Put them on their back.
Yeah.
And you watch Cam Scadaboo out there trying to block for guys.
Oh, your guys just go back to Scadaboo, man.
He's running guys twice his size down, putting them on their backs. I love that. I love that. I love that.
Jersey.
That's football, man.
It is. I love it.
And he's crazy. Like, I think we all think that Cam Scadaboo's career is going to last about 5 minutes the way he's playing.
Yeah, he ain't got long.
And some of these guys, they've been in the league 6-7 years. They're making business decisions. Not all of them, but Scadaboo's he's going to give it everything he's got this year. He's got to prove himself. And then maybe next year he's not this wild man, but maybe he is. I don't know.
That's all he has. I think that's the only way he knows how to play the game.
You look at some of his games, like he was at Sacramento State. He used to seek out guys at the goal line and just smash into them. Instead of just running in untouched, he would look for a guy to smash before he went in. That guy looks like he's been in a lot of fights.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he's not one of those dudes that you want to test out of a bar. Why do I think he's not the biggest eater? He's not the biggest either. So he has old man syndrome, probably. Right. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's not.
But if you get in a fight with him, he's not going to stop throwing punches. Like, he's that guy.
He's not going to fall either.
He's going to hit you, and then he's going to hit you as many times as he can before someone breaks it up or he gets popped. But, yeah, I love this guy because he plays the game with a recklessness that you just don't see every day. It's awesome, man. They're playing the Broncos this week, and I'm sitting here going, are they going to cover the 6.5 at Denver? Are they that caught up in this, after beating the Eagles? But, yeah, Pavia. I think, no one's talking about this Georgia Tech Duke game, but to me, this is an elimination game.
Yeah.
Georgia Tech, physical, tough. Blake Gideon's having a great first year as the defensive coordinator there.
Speaking of guys that's not going to last, Hayes King.
Right.
What?
What a warrior that guy is.
That dude, he has no NFL hopes, which he might just by toughness and will. Somebody might give him a shot just to see. But that dude.
I mean, he'll I bet you he makes a roster.
All right.
You know why? Because he's a winner. He's just a winner.
That's what I'm saying, like toughness, will,
toughness,
mindset.
Like he may not. I agree with you. He's not going to get drafted high, but I bet he makes a roster because he's just that tough. And you got Manny Diaz, he was the head coach at Miami, Manny Diaz. And people are talking about him maybe being a candidate for Penn State. I'm like, I love Manny. I love Manny. Like, Manny, if you're listening, I know I was the one who asked the question at BYU in 2013 if you were still going to be on the job on Monday. You got fired on,
by the way,
Sunday.
You wrong about that. You wrong.
No, I was right.
It wasn't even on coach's mind until you asked that. Oh, yeah, maybe you're right, Chip. Let me look into that.
It was on Mac's mind. He didn't answer the question. He said, I got to look at the film. I said, is Manny Diaz going to be the defensive coordinator on Monday? He said, I got to look at the film. That's when I knew Manny was in trouble. And he had Greg Robinson right there ready to go. Anyway, I'm fascinated by that game because Haynes King trying to get over on Manny Diaz's defense. Duke's a 2.5-point favorite. Elimination game in the ACC. Clemson, SMU. I don't feel good about my Mustangs. There's something off. The defense is giving up big plays. They're not as connected as they were a year ago. Maybe this is the game that brings them together, but Clemson looked really good in their last game. What game stands out to you? I mean, you got OU, South Carolina. I see we got OU. We got an OU
fan or hater?
OU fan in here today. OU, where is he?
I saw him earlier.
Oski Sooner. But Oklahoma -4.5 at South Carolina. South Carolina, their offense is terrible. It's all Lenora Sellers. Their defensive line is okay, but you can get to their secondary. Is OU on upset alert?
They should be motivated from that ugly loss against Texas. They have to win this game because it just gets harder from here. This is the easiest game on your next 6-game slate. So this is a must win. All those guys feel like they still have their playoff hopes in line, even though I think otherwise. I still think this is a team that could go 1-5, 2-4 in the next 6, then end up 7-5, like start off the season hot, like gangbusters, and then only end up 7-5. Who knows how they'll look at Brent Venables if that ends up being the result. But yeah, Lenora Sellers, he ain't no punk. Like, he could put up some points himself. So John Mateer's still trying to knock off that rust. You heard Drew Fabianich yesterday said that he thought the thumb was an issue. And Drew told us the week before he wanted to play John Mateer. John Mateer played. I think Texas had a lot to do with him being inaccurate, but still 3 interceptions are 3 interceptions. So it's an interesting game, man. It is upset to watch.
Well, in the SEC, you got Ole Miss at Georgia. Why do I think Georgia's going to smash Ole Miss?
Because Ole Miss is kind of fraud, man. The Kentucky thing, weird. Washington State, weird.
And then A&M at Arkansas. Everyone thinks A&M is the best team in the SEC.
All right.
Okay, don't sleep on the Pigs, who are going to be – they're desperate. Bobby Petrino's desperate. I don't know if anyone listens to Bobby Petrino, though. All right, I see him in the green room. He is the general, Mad Dog McClain, in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. He has got his Screen Actors Guild card, been in movies like Spring Breakers, Cook County, and he is the voice of reason when it comes to all things H-Town. John, how you doing?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
Hey, we are excited for all the football coming our way. And I don't know, where do we want to begin? I mean, Baylor and TCU. This game feels like it's going to be a shootout, the old school Bryles Patterson. Remember that year, 14, when they played, and it was like 48-45, or maybe it was higher scoring than that. Yeah, 50.
I left early. I was walking across the bridge, going back to my car. Thought no way Baylor was going to win. Then I heard cheering. Then we ran to the car to turn on the radio. And Baylor, I think it was like 56, 53, 52.
Yeah.
It was a basketball score. It's just like when RG3 was a sophomore, they played at West Virginia. Geno Smith was quarterback. And I think that one was like 62-58, another basketball score. Those were the good old days when Baylor had offense. No defense, just like right now. They have no defense. I fully expect TCU to beat them. Congratulations to the Longhorns beating OU. Now, they ought to beat the tar out of Kentucky on the road. Kentucky's got problems of their own. Stoops. Everybody wants them fired. It's amazing how many college coaches have been fired, how many college coaches appear they're going to be fired, and you wonder, are there enough good coaches to go around to replace them? And sometimes, the old saying, be careful what you wish for.
I agree. I mean, everyone's acting like there's this long line of coaches who can come in and do better. I don't know. I'm still stunned that they got rid of James Franklin. I mean, guys piled up wins. I mean,
15 days ago, he was playing for maybe first place, and then all of a sudden he's fired, and he'll get another job. He might go into TV for a year. He's certainly not hurting for money. It's interesting to me how people use the term buyout. There's no such thing as a buyout. They're being paid the rest of their contract. Andrew Brandt, who used to be with the Packers, he was an agent, and he was an executive with the Packers, and now Andrew does a lot of things and writes a column and have his own website. And he explained that there's no buyouts. They're just getting paid what they owe. Didn't know where that term came from. And of course, Jimbo was the one that struck oil, and Franklin has offset. So that means if he were to sign with another team for, say, $10 million a year, then it would come out of what he's owed from Penn State. And, he coached, as Andrew Brandt pointed out, Franklin was an assistant coach on the Packers at one point. I didn't even realize that. First time I paid attention to him was when he was in Nashville coaching Vanderbilt, and he did what was the impossible, turned around Vanderbilt, parlayed that into the Penn State job. And boy, Matt Rule, who I know well, everybody says he's going there. He went to school there. The AD is one of his best friends. They turned around Temple together before he came to Baylor. And Nebraska's got a big game tonight. They better not lose. People are saying, well, if he goes to Penn State, he'd take his quarterback, Raiola, with him. And there's less pressure at Nebraska now than there used to be, certainly more than Penn State. But I don't relish being the next Penn State coach and having to keep up with what Franklin did victory-wise. But the key of him, of course, was he couldn't win those big games.
Yeah.
People ought to be all over the interim coach at UCLA and Jerry Neuheisel as his offensive coordinator based on that what they've done, which is the most incredible job in college football these last 2 weeks. And they've got – who does UCLA play this week?
UCLA is playing oh, shoot.
Oh, it's all right. They're probably favored.
Maryland.
Maryland's coming off, I think, a tough loss. And they beat them. You know, they're going to be offering them an extension. But I'd seriously think about those two, especially Neuheisel, as my offensive coordinator. It's amazing you can have a guy on the staff as long as he was. He looks like he's still 18. He's coaching tight ends, and he wasn't even the initial guy calling plays. It was Sinceri. I think it's Gus Sinceri. So they dumped him too and said, well, Jerry, you want to try it? And, of course, he's been great. I'm guessing you guys remember when he was carried off the field after they beat UT when he was, I guess, offensive coordinator. And they ran a picture of him after they beat Penn State where the players carried him off the field. So it was almost the exact picture, and he didn't look any different. But you talk about a turnaround. That may be the strangest turnaround in the history of college football, considering they never had a lead in any game when Foster was there. And then all of a sudden you beat Penn State. Okay, maybe that's an act of God. Then you go to Michigan State, 75,000 sellout, and you beat the tar out of Michigan State. It'd be fun if they can you – let's see, what do they got to do to be bowl eligible? Lose only one more game?
Yeah, that would be something.
Wouldn't it be something if they came to your bowl and what a great success story it was?
Yeah.
That's going to be that is an amazing story.
Let me ask you guys another one. In lieu of Kurt Cignetti's incredible experience turning around Indiana, do you now look into the lower levels at coaches who've been very successful, like Chris Kleiman was? And I saw a list, I think it was in the Athletic, of several coaches who have won at every level. And they're not sexy, but do colleges now look down when they're trying to go up?
Yeah.
I think it'd be smart.
Yeah. Cignetti has opened that door for sure.
Absolutely.
John, I got to ask you about this game last night because Joe Flacco, 40 years old, I was making fun of him to Zay, and the guy played like a Pro Bowler last night, 300 yards plus, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He outduels Aaron Rodgers, and Flacco was the youngest quarterback on the field last night. And the Bengals get over on the Steelers. What'd you think of this thing?
I was shocked. I was shocked because Flacco has not played well since the end of the 2023 regular season. They came in here and they just thumped the Texans. Then they turned around and played a wild card game here, and the Texans thumped them when the Browns were favored. And since then, he hadn't done squat. He was benched last season. He was benched this season. So they make that trade, and I thought Mike Tomlin was kidding around last week, a backhanded compliment to Flacco, talking about why Andrew Berry would trade him within the division. And now we know Tomlin saw something coming, and boy, the light in the tunnel was a train. I didn't know he could do that. And they taught him the game plan as he was driving over from Cleveland to Cincinnati. The whole way they're going over the game plan, and he's learned a lot of game plans. And of course, I'm sure they keep it simple. But man, I'll tell you, the guy that's glad he's there is Jamar Chase.
Oh my gosh,
he had one of the greatest games in history. 23 targets and 16 catches?
16. Yeah. He dropped 2. Could have been 18. And he's got the highest 2-game total now for any receiver in Bengals history.
It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. But Can he sustain it? I'm going to say no. But boy, for one night at least, it was incredible for Bengal fans. And now people are like, Joe's going to be comeback player of the year again.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin knows that Flacco's been going up against him for years, so he has a certain advantage on Tomlin, and probably vice versa too. John, the Jacksonville Jaguars, man, they 4-2. The win that they've been having, or just the wins that they've been having. Liam Cohen's done a hell of a job here in year one. Trevor Lawrence is playing better than he has in previous years. Talk about just Jacksonville, especially being in that AFC South and what they're doing right now.
I'm not sold on the Jaguars as a good team. They just got beaten at home by Seattle after beating Kansas City. Still very inconsistent. Texans just gave them a game in Jacksonville with red zone turnovers in the fourth quarter. I think it was 3 years ago, Jaguars started like 7-1. Everybody had them competing for the Super Bowl, and then they went straight down the toilet. They need to be consistent. I think Liam Cohen's a really good coach, and he will turn around that program. I thought it'd be more likely next season than this season. Right now, it looks like a two-team race between the Jaguars and the Colts. And the thing about the Colts, Jaguars played a much tougher schedule. The Colts have played one good team, and that was Denver. And Denver had them beaten on a field goal in which the Colts missed at the end. But the guy got leverage, as a legitimate penalty, got another shot, and the Colts beat the Broncos. But the rest of their schedule been a bunch of dog pound teams. Now, if they win Sunday, they're playing in London. And they're playing the Rams without Puka Nacua. So much of the Rams offense goes through Nacua. And he sets up the running game, everything. This game's going to be all about running the ball with Kyron Williams, and Matthew Stafford's probably going to have to throw it more than he wants. He's going to have to spread it around. Colts win this game, and they beat the Rams even with Nacua out. That will impress me. Right now, I want to see more, because there are teams every year that start fast, and then they come back to the pack. There's teams that start slow, like I think Baltimore, and then as the season goes, they get better. I wouldn't be surprised if Baltimore wins that division, assuming Lamar Jackson comes back after their bye week, and they get 2 or 3 of those defensive players back. Because right now, with the way Cincinnati just beat Pittsburgh, we know Cleveland's not going to win that division. I don't think Cincinnati will, maybe Pittsburgh, but that should have made the Ravens really, really psyched up about the possibility when Lamar comes back. Before he got hurt, they were one of the 2 highest scoring teams in the league. They just couldn't stop anybody, and they're supposed to get everybody back other than Matabike. Their great Aggie defensive lineman, he's out for the year with a neck injury.
All right, so the Cowboys are putting up crazy offensive numbers without CeeDee Lamb, and everyone's talking about how Eberflus, the defensive coordinator for the Cowboys, is coaching a defense the players can't understand. Or I'm like, what the hell's going on with the Cowboys defense? I know they don't have great personnel, John. They look, mid at linebacker. You tell me, what do you think is going on with the Cowboys defense? Are they just don't have any players?
They just don't have any players. Do we think Matt Eberflus got to be stupid? Matt's been a good defensive coach in the NFL. He's a good defensive coach at Chicago. He just wasn't a good head coach. He did well with the Cowboys before. And he's one of those guys going to be a lifer coordinator. They could use a good pass rusher. Boy, I wonder where they could get one of those. Could have gotten one. Overshawn needs to come back. He's supposed to come back. It would help if they had a running game that could help control the ball and keep the defense off the field. And for whatever reason, and I don't know, and I asked a longtime Cowboy fan this morning, why exactly did they not want to bring back Rico Dowdle? It's not like Carolina gave him starters money to steal him. He went as the backup to Chuba Hubbard. And the only reason he played the last 2 games is Hubbard was out. Now Hubbard's back. And if I'm them, I'm saying, Chuba, hey, bud, sorry, but you'll get a few touches, but our guy is Rico because he has been the hot hand. And you think, how could the Cowboys, how much could they have used him right now? Because they're quick striking. They don't, and the running game's good with Vontae Williams. But boy, Dowdle has been great. Stuck it right up where the sun doesn't shine. And somebody told me that they could have kept him for $5 million a year. That's chicken feed. I don't know if that's true or not. But you talk about a guy playing with a chip on his shoulder. That is Rico Dowdle. And it is a sad state of affairs when the Carolina Panthers, with Bryce Young, have a better record than Dallas Cowboys with Dak Prescott playing great.
And are the Panthers going to beat the Jets Sunday?
Well, they should, just because everybody should beat the Jets. Now, Justin Fields said, I've been too conservative. I've been too careful. I'm letting it cut loose. I guess that means he's going to run more. And when he's run a lot in the past, they've won some games. And, boy, I tell you, Aaron Glenn, you'd think a guy, and I realize he's an Aggie, but Aaron Glenn, you'd think a guy who played as long as he played, coached as long as he coached, would have a better idea. He's still fighting with the media. He doesn't like their negative questions. What are they going to do? Ask positive questions? He has not handled the off-the-field stuff very well at all, and he hasn't handled the on-the-field stuff very well at all. They're going to beat somebody, might as well be the Panthers, but right now he's off to one of the worst starts in NFL history, and he also, that running game Sunday, negative 15 yards, worst in Jets history. He should have gone in there, guys, that is on me. I didn't do as good a job, blah, 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 instead of snapping at him because of their questions.
Yeah, he should know better. He played for the Jets. Like, he knows that media market is savage. You got to kill him with kindness, like Dan Campbell when he was going 0 and whatever his first year at the Lions. But, man.
Yeah, he keeps pointing out what the Lions went when they first got there. But Dan Campbell handled it a whole lot better. I am amazed that guys can play and coach, especially in a city where he spent so much time, and then be so clueless when it comes to the off-the-field stuff. You know, when you come in saying, we're going to play great defense, we're going to have great discipline, and you don't have either, it's going to come back and bite you in the butt, and it has. No team needs a victory more than they do right now.
All right, John, how about the Texans? 2 back-to-back wins after starting off 0-3, going up to the Pacific Northwest to face the Seahawks. How do you feel about the Texans in this game on the doubleheader of Monday Night Football?
I picked the Texans to lose that game at Baltimore by 3 points because I thought Derrick Henry would be the difference. They did a magnificent job shutting down Derrick Henry, and they won 44-10. Last 2 games, they've won 70-10. But they played 2 teams that have won 1 game, the Titans and the Ravens. And people here, some in the media, a lot of the fan sites, because it seems like more and more fans have sites, some of them are really good, keep talking about their great stats, how much the offensive line's turned it around, what all Stroud's done, and they don't point out that they played 2 terrible teams. Now, Seattle's one of the best teams in the league. Clint Kubiak's, Gary's oldest son, is in his first year as offensive coordinator. Sam Darnold's playing great. They run the ball very well with 2 different backs, Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonneau. They have a great receiver in Jackson Smith-Njigba. And their defense, which is head coach Mike McDaniel's specialty, is outstanding. The only problem the Seahawks have had, you know, that 12th man hadn't been the 11th man, 10th man. They've been terrible at home the last 2 years, and they've been great on the road. I think they're 10 of 11. You know, in their last 11 road games, they've won 10. So the Texans hope that trend continues. I think I picked Seattle by 4 in this game. If the Texans win this game, I'll come back very positive about this team next week because I think that would be 3 victories in a row. Seattle is the first of 4 consecutive 4-2 teams they play. The next three, San Francisco, Denver, and Jacksonville, are all at home. They're capable of winning those three. Then they play Tennessee. So this is a chance for them to get on a roll. Beat Seattle, play 3 in a row at home, and then play Tennessee. They'd be right back up there, probably in first place by that time.
All right. Well, you look at the. I'm going to ask you about my Lions before I
tell you first about Bill Callahan and the Titans while you're thinking about the Lions.
Okay.
So we all knew Callahan was going to be fired. We've been talking about it for a couple of weeks. We knew Mike McCoy would be promoted. Now the key is, what are they going to do? They're not going to go out and hire a defensive coach. They're going to hire an offensive coach, maybe somebody who is a head coach. Mike McCarthy, if you look at his record, he had a great record with the Packers and a good record with the Cowboys. Been in the playoffs a lot. I think John Gruden would be great just for a talk show standpoint. But people think their owner, Amy Adams Strunk, is calling all the shots. It just blows me away. I do 2 shows a week up there, and I think they think I'm nuts. But I say, yeah, she didn't make it taking Brian Callahan's play calling away. She doesn't pay attention to stuff like that. She listens to her Chad Brinker, who's the head of football, and the general manager, Mike Begonzi. And what they want to do, she signs off on. She's not involved pulling strings from Houston like everybody up there thinks. So they'll hire a former head coach with an offensive background, or they'll hire a current coordinator who calls plays. Brian Callahan had never called plays. You're taking a chance when you do that, like the Texans with Bobby Slowick, Texans with Nick Caley. You think because they've been around successful play callers, they're going to be good. And so I think it would be somebody like Cliff Kingsbury. He's going to get another chance to be a head coach. It could be Clint Kubiak from Seattle getting his first chance to be a head coach. I don't think it'll be a college head coach. There are going to be a lot of them out there. But they need somebody who's worked with quarterbacks and done a good job, because Cam Ward flashes, but then he takes a step back. Callahan was fired because there was no offensive improvement at all. And you can't have that. And once he showed he didn't know the rules and his clock management was bad, he was out of there.
Yeah. Okay, well.
Now about my Super Bowl team, the Lions.
Yes, the Lions. So I don't know what the hell Brian Branch was thinking. I saw Juju hit him during the game. He took offense. You can't go punch him after the game. The Lions lose at Kansas City. Now they play Tampa. And Baker Mayfield, who's playing like an MVP without Mike Evans, without Igbuka, without Chris Godwin. And the Bucks got me nervous, John.
You should be. Also without 2 offensive linemen, and at one point they were without 3 offensive linemen, and it doesn't matter. Baker Mayfield is the MVP right now. If I had to pick one team right now that I'd say could win the Super Bowl, my preseason pick, Buffalo and Detroit, no. I'd say Tampa. They can't continue to win those close games, although the Chiefs did it last year. But the thing is, you want the ball in Baker's hands when you're behind at the end, because he does it every week. In the one game they lost, he was thrown into the end zone. It was tipped and then intercepted. So every game ends like that. And at some point, they need some breathers. It's not going to be against Detroit. And this is an important game for the Lions. The Lions got a lot of injuries. Lions always seem to have a lot of injuries. But they still have a lot of offensive firepower, and Jared Goff's playing great. And their new coordinators, needed some time to adjust, and they have. But, boy, right now, there's not a team like, say, Kansas City or New England where we would say everybody is shooting for them. The road to the Super Bowl goes through Kansas City or Foxborough. No, not this year. It might. There's still a long way to go. But right now, the balance is fascinating, can be frustrating if you're a fan of the Lions or the Bills. The Bills have lost 2 in a row. What's the matter with the Bills? And so I think it's one of the things that makes it great. That's what I like about college football too. Even though Ohio State has one of the best defenses ever, do we think they're invincible when they're not in Columbus? I don't think so.
Yeah.
By the way, I thought Kirby Smart should have been suspended. I thought the officials should have been suspended, if not fired, for one of the worst officiated games I've ever seen. And Kirby Smart lied to everybody, still does. He should have had to pay for it financially because that was one of the most egregious things I've ever seen in college football.
I agree. I couldn't believe it.
Suspend him for the Texas game. How about that?
I'm sure Steve Sarkisian would love that, John. John, the Falcons, man, hell of a win on Monday night against Buffalo. I've been saying, Raheem Morris, if you give the ball to freaking Bijan Robinson, good things will probably happen to you. He's figured that out. Falcons are now on a little bit of a roll. How good are they, and how do you think this matchup is going to be against San Fran in the Bay?
Boy, I'm shocked. I don't think they're going to win out there. If it's in Atlanta, I would pick the Falcons. The problem they've had since Robinson got there, the year before he was there, Tyler Algier gained 1,000 yards. So they took Robinson because he was one of the top prospects in the draft, best running back. And they haven't figured out, we're going to need balance. And that's great. And maybe if they gave him the ball and threw him the ball like they did in this last victory, he'd be worn out. Maybe it's a smart thing to do. But they're starting to find out what all Longhorn fans and media knew, what a great receiver he is. I remember some NFL people were saying, how to consider moving this guy to wide receiver. Look how big he is. Look how strong and fast. And think of the yak he could get after he makes the catch. And but now they'll game plan for him. 49ers got a lot of injuries, but I'm not sold on Atlanta yet. But can't wait to see how the 49ers, without their best defensive player, Fred Warner, what kind of game plan they'll have for Robinson, because he's coming off the best game for a running back this season, not named Dowdle. And because Rico Dowdle's had over 400 yards total in the last 2 games. But Bijan's sure fun to watch, just like he was in Austin, except when he played Baylor.
John, what happens in the Colts-Chargers game? It's in SoFi Stadium. Chargers are favored by 1.5. What do you think?
The Texans don't offer pull for Jim Harbaugh, but they need Indy to lose a game and come back to the pack and not run away with the division. This is the second most – well, this may be the most difficult game, certainly the most difficult since they played Denver. And they've won some close games, but they score a lot of points. A lot of that has to do with the teams they played. They've scored more points up to this point in the season than any Peyton Manning offense did. And that's hard to believe. We're talking Peyton Manning, Daniel Jones, Peyton Manning. And Daniel Jones has helped them score more points. It's a great story. Jonathan Taylor is playing fantastic. It's funny. 3 years ago, running backs weren't important. Why would they take Bijan Robinson that high in the draft? They don't need to do that. Take some guy in the 5th round. Now, all of a sudden, boom, backs are back. They're going to want to be paid accordingly. Think of what Robinson's going to get when his time comes, which I guess is going to be.
What about Washington?
After this season. But I'm really, really looking forward to seeing if the Colts lose that second game.
What about Washington and Dallas? This game's in Dallas. The Commanders
just gave it away to Chicago with that late fumble, which was inexcusable. And they're hungry. Cowboys are hungry. Cowboys have a losing record. They can't afford to be 2-4-1. Philly's not great. Washington's not great. Giants are improved. They're not great. This division is up for grabs. If the Cowboys win this game to go 3-1, then they're going to be within striking distance of first place. I don't think their defense is good enough to win the division, but their defense is good enough to compete for a wild card. Their team is good enough to compete for a wild card. Let me put it like that.
Yeah. Speaking of the Giants, Chip's favorite player is Cam Scattaboo, which makes sense because that dude, he just has a different mentality. But Brian Daboll, he definitely has extended his life up there in New York with Jackson Dart and Scattaboo. What's the vibes, in your opinion, for the Giants right now, John?
Based on the way we saw him play at Arizona State, it's amazing that he lasted until he did. Obviously, it was because of his size, meaning being short. I'm not sure what he really is. They list him. Most of them list them what they were coming out of college, not what they were like at the combine, which is legitimate. But he's such a fun player to watch. Now, I'd tell him stop turning flips when you score touchdowns because you could hurt yourself. And he's going to get hit a lot. And he looks for contact. I don't think he can play with the style that he plays for an entire season. But man, what a story. Now, I wonder, who are we going to see in endorsements first? Cam Scattaboo or Jackson Dart? And I'm guessing Scattaboo.
Yeah, he's a wild man, John.
And his name rolls off the tongue, Scattaboo.
Scattaboo.
I mean, he's transformed the entire personality of that team.
He has. Fans love him. Media loves him. You know, they won a game or two. And I just hope he doesn't. He needs to learn to run out of bounds when he gets there. Don't look for the extra contact. He doesn't know another way to play. But this 17-game season, they're not going to play more this season. But he is the most exciting, not the best, but the most exciting rookie in the NFL.
Does he remind you of anyone, John, of, running backs who just sought the contact and
little guys like Charlie Tolar played for the Oilers, Robert Newhouse when he came in, and he was the fullback of the Cowboys, and he liked to run over people. The one that I remember, and this will be dating myself, Hall of Fame running back Jim Taylor for the Packers, played with Paul Hornig. Taylor was the fullback back then. They played two backfields. They ran sweeps. They ran up the middle, and Jim Taylor liked to hit people, go out of his way to hit them. And then when he'd be on the bottom of the pile, he'd start kicking to throw him off. He wouldn't wait for him to get up, where Jim Brown always got up really slow and last because he didn't want him to know when he was hurt. But Jim Taylor, he was a physical player. And I'm sure there's many from that point. Earl Campbell. You guys saw Earl. Earl didn't run out of bounds. Earl wanted to gore people. He wanted to run over them. He looked for contact. I would say when I think of the best power back in history, I think of Earl Campbell. And I'm not saying Cam Scattaboo's Earl, but Earl looked for contact, smelled it. And Cam Scattaboo's the same way.
Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, John. Eagles, Vikings. I don't know what going on with Philly. Obviously, the A.J. Brown thing's been a thing, and they've lost a couple, but now they're playing Minnesota. How do you think that game's going to go, John?
I think their offensive coordinator is the one that's got causing the problem after they went to the Super Bowl, not last season, the previous time, and they lost. Those first-year coordinators were both out. And then the guys who took their place won the Super Bowl. Even though that coach was on the staff, they just don't look anywhere near what they did last season. And I think when you got the same players, you're going to get it together. But their offensive line, because of injuries and I guess retirement and old age, is just not as great as it was because it's been the best in the NFL, and now it's not.
John, great stuff, as always. We always love the conversation. Let's do it again next week.
Let's do it again. Hopefully we'll be talking about Longhorn and Bear victories. Second.
Yeah. Big game between Baylor quarterback Sawyer Robertson and TCU quarterback Josh Hoover. That should be a good one. Could be one of those high-scoring affairs like we saw when Bryles and RG3. Bryles was like, just give me the ball back. He didn't care what the defense did. He was just like, give me the ball back. We'll go score. And no one ever slowed down his offense.
No.
Not the way he coached it and called it.
Just couldn't apologize, could he?
Yeah, Jesus. Just apologize. My God, you got a daughter. Just say, I have a daughter. I'm horrified. I can't believe this happened on my watch.
Can't apologize.
Ay. All right. Let's get a couple mentions here, and then we'll get into the picks, the commentary, the works. Hey, for my guys who are snoring, you might have sleep apnea. And sleep apnea is a lack of oxygen when you're sleeping, which is scary because you don't realize how many times you're waking yourself up from not having enough oxygen while you're sleeping. And what you do to find out how many times you're waking up in the middle of the night without even knowing it is you get a sleep study. And the best in the business is in Austin, Texas. Dr. Chad Denman in the Sleep Cycle Center, 2 locations at the Arboretum and in Lakeway. Dr. Chad has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. He's got the best technology to detect sleep apnea and the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open. Brought it with me here to Kentucky because I get that deep sleep with that mouth guard. And because of our great partnership with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center, you just go to sleepcyclecenters.com, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, and they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. So practically giving it away so that you get all the information. Do it for you and your health, but do it for the person sleeping next to you as well. They will thank you. Hey, cover 3. This is the spot. I mean, you got brunch this weekend. You need a spot to watch the games, and you want to have a great spot to take your special someone or your family for brunch. Oh man, cover 3. The breakfast quesadilla, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar, the muffin tops, not the whole muffin, just the top, the best part, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Look at my man CB, who's up in Washington State now. He's like, send me a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Yeah, I mean, I love the horseradish and the au jus, but the Parmesan fries with that Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Come on. You know what to do. You know where to go for great food, great service, great vibe. Oh, and I can watch my favorite team, Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. And our man Tom McKay is ready when you are. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there's only one call to make in Austin, Texas. It's so easy because Tom's going to bring you the best price on the best big screens. LG, top of the line. He's going to bring you the best price. You don't need to go, lug in TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. All you got to do is call 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. I mean, you got holiday season coming up. Just saying. Could be a awesome holiday gift to someone, that special someone in your household, or to yourself. You deserve it. All right, Zay. We got some stuff. How do you want to approach it? You want to do our Texas preview stuff? You want to do some picks? You want to do you got some pettiness today for the right call?
Yeah, I got a little bit. I got a little something. We can hit the right call first before we get to all that. But before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. Been doing it for over 100 years and been doing it well. New, pre-owned, it doesn't matter. Covert BK will hook you up and help you find the vehicle of your dreams, where it could be for you, somebody in your family. You might have that new 16-year-old just got their license and you need something for them to get around town because you're tired of taking them everywhere. Well, Covert BK, they will help you out with that too. Again, new pre-owned vehicles. Check it out at covertbk.com. See all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So, this story's weird because Brian Schottenheimer, Cowboys head coach, said Trayvon Diggs is in concussion protocol. First thing you think when you hear that is, oh, he got hurt in practice. He got hurt in the game. We might not have heard about it against Carolina. No, he got in an accident at his home last night. We don't know what the accident is. So now, you know me, TMZ, Thursday Hilton. I mean, did the baby mama hit you in the head with something when you were doing something you weren't supposed to be doing? Were you fighting with the homies?
Don't let Zaby conjuring.
That's what I'm saying. Like you have your core group, your group of close friends, and maybe somebody doesn't feel respected anymore. Or maybe somebody let Trayvon know, yo, Trayvon, bruh, you got paid and now you don't come to play every Sunday. What's up with that? Trayvon got in his face. Homeboy had to knock Trayvon's ass out. And now he in concussion protocol. So
This is all Zay's conjuring.
Why, Brian Schottenheimer, let us know. What are you doing at home? Did you run into something? I know he has kids. He's got that little badass kid that they used to show all the time on Hard Knocks and stuff. Are you chasing him around? Are y'all playing hide and go seek and you turned too fast and ran into the door? I don't know, but for the coach to come out and say he had an accident where you're in concussion protocol at your house, what are you doing, dog? If I'm Jerry, I'm like, what the hell's going on? How the hell is our former all-pro cornerback getting into these shenanigans? Because the record ain't good to be doing all this. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Good. Yeah. So I don't know. Get it together.
Yeah. Don't let Zay's mind run wild with scenarios,
right?
Because he'll have Trayvon Diggs in an alley getting his ass beat by somebody.
Yo, I don't want to do it. It shouldn't have been presented like that. Brian Schottenheimer, he could have gave us the details. He didn't. So I have no choice but to wonder. You know what I'm saying? I have no choice but my mind starts racing. How many ways can you suffer a concussion at your home? Because I don't know about you. I've never had a concussion just hanging out on the couch.
Right.
Just watching TV, watching the game. I never got put in those situations before.
Remember when Dustin Johnson was at the Masters and he was wearing socks on a hardwood floor and he slipped and he fell down the stairs? Like, I mean, and then of course, Mark Sanchez, his stuff gets more bizarre every day. His ex or his baby mama is like, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by this.
Yeah.
Like, I hope Mark gets help.
You never want to hear that when someone says, I hope you get help.
Well, she's like, my only concern is, when he's in the presence of our child, and she let people know without saying a thing.
Yeah.
Mark Sanchez likes to get cray-cray.
Yeah, he's a liability. What the hell's wrong with him? 69-year-old man just minding his business.
Guy didn't have his hearing aids in.
Couldn't hear.
So he's like, what? Mark thought he was getting all nasty. He's getting up in his truck like he's going to go drive it off.
So disrespectful. Yeah, if I'm Mark Sanchez, all you could do is blame CTE. That's it. Even if he don't got it, you gotta blame CTE.
Well, he's got to go to rehab again if he wants any hope of ever getting hired to do anything again.
What do you mean again? Has he been to rehab before?
I think so. That's what it seemed like his baby mama, his ex, was saying.
How is he getting gigs in the booth and stuff?
Right. When he's out at 1, 3 in the morning, taking on grease truck drivers.
Yeah, he's out of control.
Because he's just doing sprints in the alley. Dude, how drunk are you that you got to try and run it off?
Before the game, like you got to work the next game.
Right.
Bro, before the game. Yeah, Mark Sanchez, he out of pocket. Yeah, I agree, Derek. Like, if you act crazy, just say I got CTE or something.
I got CTE.
Maybe you might get off the hook a little
like
bit.
Ice Cube, everybody blaming gangster rap for, stocks going down, for, environmental pollution. Gangster rap made me do it.
Interesting.
Just
interesting.
Throw that out there.
All right. Last night's game, which don't worry, BK, we got it on bootleg, even though I'm going to show the video. Somebody took the video on their TV screen, but hilarious moment in that Steelers-Cincinnati game, which don't think you're off the hook for bashing my boy Joe Flacco. We'll get to that after.
I got lit up last night.
I told you, Flacco, man. Flacco, different. But anyway, Aaron Rodgers. So he throws a 68-yard touchdown to the tight end en route the comeback yesterday.
Prior move.
Say what? Prior move, yes.
They were celebrating him like, yeah, like that was the game winner.
Yeah, fire move. Yeah, so they were celebrating, and Aaron Rodgers, one of his teammates, offensive lineman Broderick Jones, wanted to celebrate with his quarterback in the way you probably shouldn't be celebrating with a 40-something-year-old man.
I thought this one would have sealed the game, but it just something didn't feel right about time. Finally getting him involved too. 8 catch, go. Oh gosh. Oh, don't tackle me. Look at
that. He tackled the shit out of Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was so mad. Aaron Rodgers was hot. Aaron Rodgers threw him off. Get the F off me. Are you serious? Yo, Broderick Jones, read the room, bruh. Now, you're a big fella. When all that weight's moving, it's hard to slow down. You know what I'm saying? He was excited. He was hyped. It's a division game. Steelers-Bengals rivalry. I understand being excited. But, yo, man, tackling Aaron Rodgers like that, Aaron Rodgers wasn't having it. I blame that for the loss, Chip. I blame that for the loss because that's supposed to be a hot moment. You know what I'm saying? 78-yard touchdown. Okay, we back in it. And then our quarterback.
What do you mean? What do you mean you blame it for the loss? Like, that's some karma?
Yeah. How am I locked in if we're about to fight each other on the sideline after we just scored a touchdown? Where's
the Steelers defense getting locked in and doing something to double team Jamar Chase, for God's sake?
No, you can't double team.
First crossing route that they ran with a minute 27 left to get into field goal range. There was a busted coverage, and Jamar Chase is running all alone. And then they panned over to Aaron Rodgers, and he's like,
yeah, highest paid defense in the league, getting lit up by Joe Flacco. And Mike Tomlin, you heard John talk about it. Mike Tomlin, he was like, what the hell, Cleveland?
Right.
Like,
Flacco.
Me and Flacco been in the division for years. This guy knows me. This guy's seen my defenses plenty of times, from his Raven days to his Brown days, now to his Bengal days. He can't get out the division. That's all he knows. That's all he knows.
After the game, Flacco's on the set with the Amazon dudes and Clarissa Thompson, and the fans are yelling, "Thank you, Cleveland." I'm like, for Joe effing Flacco, who threw for 342 yards and 3 touchdowns, no picks, and connected with Jamar Chase 16 times last night. and has connected with him 26 times in the last 2 games, which is a Bengals record. Like Jamar Chase is like, hey, Burrow, you watching this?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
can we do this?
Screw spreading it around. And you're
Defense.
going up against Jalen Ramsey and Joey Porter Jr. Like, these guys, they ain't no scrubs out here. Like, Joe Flacco.
So my cousin, who I'm here hanging out with tonight, he's from Pittsburgh, huge Steelers guy. He is so pissed. Like, he's like, what, after the 8th catch, could you have, doubled Jamar Chase and said, not tonight? No.
Well, T. Higgins went 6 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown too. So
I know he'd rather T. Higgins beat him instead of Jamar Chase.
I mean, yeah.
But that was rough.
Yeah, Flacco.
I love that. I love Rodgers getting tackled by that fool offensive lineman, though. I mean, Rodgers doesn't like most of his teammates on most of the teams he's played on. And that dude tackling him in celebration, Rodgers is never going to look at that guy again.
He pushed the hell out of that dude.
Well,
like Aaron Rodgers, you got to be better than that, dog.
Those helmets all jacked up. I mean, Rodgers looked like a
Aaron Rodgers, you got to understand the moment, though. Like, I can't overreact. Even though it's ridiculous,
right. Don't
overreact.
Don't head slap the guy.
No, don't push the crap out of him. That's insane. But yeah,
Rodgers, CB says Rodgers' own family hates him.
Yeah, him and Jordan Rodgers, SEC Network, they don't talk. And when I was watching that season of The Bachelorette with JoJo and Jordan, and they did the hometowns, and JoJo went to see the Rodgers family, they were making Aaron Rodgers look like trash, Chip. They were making it like he was the problem. They were doing like very passive-aggressive things to claim that, like, yep, we wish everyone was here, but not everyone agrees with the family's views. They kept saying stuff like that. I'm like, damn, y'all doing A-Rod wrong, man. You don't deserve this. But hey, who knows what went south with the family. But
all right.
Hilarious.
We got 12 minutes left. You ready for some picks?
Let's go.
Texas first?
Texas first.
All right. So, Longhorns, this is where you prove to us that you are that team, that you are here for it, that you're not going to get all carried away with the OU win and not come back laser focused, grimy, pissed off, determined. Steve Sarkisian all week calling this an SEC championship game. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. And that's probably a lot, but look, Texas is the better team. This offensive line has underperformed. They've got to get it together. And you got Connor Robertson at center. It shouldn't matter. He's a fourth-year guy, fourth-year junior. So, Nick Brooks, your performance in the second half needs to be your floor. And Trevor Gooseby, you're going to have to coach him through every play. And Arch, keep going, man, because Arch is starting to get it. And Quintravian Wisner, dude, you deserve a medal, but you need to do it again. So my score is probably too high. I said 27-9. I think it could be more like 17-9.
Ugh.
But I'll give. I bet the defense gets Carter Boley to throw it to him a couple times. Maybe there's a pick six or a scoop and score. I think Texas pulls away. I'm going to say 27-9.
I like it. Yeah, I have them covering also. Right now, I see the line at minus 13.5. And, again, just a lot of questions still about this Texas ball club. Very proud of what we saw at Red River Shootout. Like, they have to take that intensity and that mentality for the rest of the season. And you're right, Chip. Like, that should be the floor for them. They still got way better football in front of them if they stick to the plan and everybody's on the same page, whether that's Arch Manning still playing smart, clean football with his mechanics being right and understanding that his offensive line, they're going to get beat at times. But Arch Manning's quick feet and ability to maneuver in the pocket and move on the run, throw on the move, and know that, okay, with this leaky offensive line at times, I know going into games, I'm going to have to move and keep my head up the field for us to continue to move the stick. So I like him doing that in this game, especially against a team that's not the same type of talent as Oklahoma. And just, offensive line, seeing what Connor Robinson's about, seeing DJ Campbell continue to get better, Brandon Baker, obviously Nick Brooks, that dude, man. Again, mindset in the right place, but he has to get better just from his assignments and not having guys blow past him or him just straight up with it. And I agree with you, Trevor Gooseby. Coach them up. Help these guys out as much as you can, and everybody needs to help everybody. I'm very eager to see what the RB2 situation looks like, because now Jared Gibson not being in the lineup with him moving on, Christian Clark, James Simon, who's going to step up and take over that role? Like, because now if you're those guys, you're not fighting with anybody anymore with Jared Gibson. So CJ Baxter, he most likely won't be available. James Simon, Christian Clark, can y'all step up when Contravian Wisner, who I still think is a little beat up, if he takes a breather or something, can those guys come in and continue to be productive in that room? We'll see. I think this defense is going to have a day tomorrow. I think they're going to be all over the place, flying around. I love seeing Derek Williams getting more reps. Let's continue to see Ethan Burke get more reps, especially compared to what he had against Florida. Lance Jackson's coming along. Like, this defense, I think they're back in that mode where they're like, okay, we're one of the best defenses in the nation, and we got to prove that every Saturday. I think it's going to be a 24-10 game. Not pretty still, but hey, pretty enough to cover and get you your first road win of the year. Move on to Mississippi State the following Saturday.
13.5-point favorite. Zay's got him covering by the hook.
Yep.
All right. College games. I told you earlier in the show, I'm going with Vanderbilt. Diego Pavia. Maybe I'm rooting for the story. Vanderbilt favored by 2.5 at home against LSU. This is do or die for the Tigers, for the Bayou Bengals. You're going to see a meltdown of epic proportion. You thought Brian Kelly lost it in the press conference after what? Who'd they beat that game? Was
Florida?
Florida? Yeah.
Florida.
Well, if Vanderbilt wins, that'll be must-see TV. So give me the Commodores, Diego Pavia, minus 2.5 against LSU.
I like it. Man, we got some games here. A lot to choose from. I think that line is high for USC Notre Dame. Minus 9.5, Notre Dame. I think even though the Fighting Irish are going to take the game, I think USC is going to give them more of a game than they thought, even though they're without all those running backs. I like that quarterback there for SC. That dude is slinging it all over the place, and the offense is still good enough. So give me USC, though losing the game. I'm taking the points on their side.
Is it up to 9.5 now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that game too. I agree. I mean, I think you look at USC, I mean, Mavia at quarterback's been playing great. They have depth at running back. They have a running game for once. So, yeah, I think USC keeps it closer than 9.5. Come on.
Come on, man.
Trojans, show up.
I hope they win because I'm tired of hearing people throw 10-2.
Oh, I know.
College football. That just drives me nuts.
You are anti Notre Dame, anti Marcus Freeman.
If Marcus Freeman shaves his head bald, then I'm good with it. Until then, I can't trust no fake. I can't trust no fake edge up. Let it recede, Marcus. It's okay.
All right, you got 4 minutes. Who's your next pick?
Okay, thank you for. I digress a little bit. Give me Oklahoma against South Carolina.
OU minus 4.5.
Yeah, I don't like that. Maybe it's some reverse, psychology there to where if I pick OU, they'll lose, and I'll feel good either way. But yeah, give me that game. They'll bounce back, I guess. They're pissed off. They got embarrassed. They'll bounce back.
I'm probably an idiot, but something tells me Arkansas is going to play its butt off. I'm tempted to take Georgia over Ole Miss, but I'm going to go with Arkansas at home after getting pistol whipped by Notre Dame. I'm probably an idiot for thinking they can keep it within 7.5 against A&M, but give me Talon Green playing the game of his life. Arkansas loses, but covers the 7.5.
Okay. Yeah, glad it's at least in Fayetteville.
Yeah.
World, that's just whack. That was horrible what they were doing these last few years. Final college pick for me. I think Georgia's going to beat the crap out of Ole Miss. I don't know. Maybe I'm hoping for that. That game against Washington State, I don't know how serious Lane Kiffin took that game, but that shows me everything that I need to know. If you're struggling with the Pac-2, then you're probably going to struggle when you go to Athens. I think Kirby Smart is pissed off about hearing all the cheating, things that were said about him after the Auburn game. So they're going to take all that energy out on the Rebels.
Okay. All right, NFL. This line, the Chiefs just won a big game over the Lions. They're at home. They're playing the Raiders. Max Crosby always plays Patrick Mahomes tough. Give me the Raiders plus 12.5.
Yeah, that's high.
That's high in the NFL. So I'm gonna go with Max Crosby giving Patrick Mahomes fits. Give me the Raiders plus 12.5.
Okay. I got Commanders plus 1.5 in Dallas. Oh, they're so mad. They are so mad. Jalen Daniels, he's pissed. Lost the game for his team. Monday night. Yeah, Cowboys, they're going to get all of that. Give me the Commanders.
Is it plus 1.5 now?
Yep.
Or the Commanders were favored by 2.5.
Not no more.
Now they're getting points.
Yep. I don't know what happened.
Wow.
I think CeeDee Lamb might play. That might be it.
All right. I'm totally drunk on Cam Scattaboo. I'm an idiot. They're at Denver, but they're getting 6.5. Or my computer's not. This Wi-Fi I'm on is like dental floss, so I can't even open the lines. But the last line I saw was Giants plus 6.5.
Is it 7.5? But I'll let you take the 6.
Yeah, no, I'll take 7.5. Thank you.
All right, all right. What I'm talking about
Cam Scattaboo. Denver might be Super Bowl bound, but come on, Scattaboo. I'm probably Jackson Dart's going to throw 3 interceptions in this game. Terrible pick by me, but
Scattaboo, man, you got to go with your boy.
I got to go with Scattaboo one more time. Plus 7.5 at Denver. Who you got?
It's time for my Falcons to start making a run. We know that Bijan Robinson might be the best player in the NFL. The Falcons actually put out a really dope video called The Art of the Juke talking about Bijan.
Oh, yeah.
and like it's like 15 minutes on their social media accounts, but it's awesome. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the Falcons plus 2.5 against San Fran.
Okay. All right. Give me the Chargers at home. Is it minus 1.5 against the Colts?
Yes.
All right. I need Justin Herbert to look like Justin Herbert. So yeah, give me the Chargers. They've been good to me. Minus 1.5 at home over the Colts. What's your final pick, Zay?
The London game. Give me the Rams minus 3.5 over the Jags.
Okay. Yeah, I like that one too. I think the Rams defense will get that done.
Yeah.
All right. Let's bring in the fellas and open up the gym. Patrick and Matt. What's up, fellas?
What's going on, man? It's Friday afternoon, ready to go. What have you guys talked about the big Brett Yormark ruling in the Big 12?
No.
That it is now for the second if they throw tortillas on the field at Texas Tech twice in a game, $100,000 fine and a 15-yard penalty.
All right.
So the first time's a warning, so they can still do it once and get a warning. So at kickoff, they can throw the tortillas, they'll get a warning. If they do it a second time, $100,000.
Damn.
That's a lot.
Well,
This is tradition.
what, Lance Leipold got fined $25,000 for saying that a pocket knife got thrown at the Kansas sideline when it turns out the pocket knife was laying on the ground and some Kansas staffer picked it up and handed it to someone. Like, are these coaches losing their minds? Kirby Smart's saying I wasn't calling a time. I wasn't calling a timeout. I was clapping.
Everybody giving a round of applause.
I'd be losing my mind if I was coaching in the Big 12.
Yeah. But no, I saw that. I was like, wow, that's crazy. And so they did say the first one's a warning. So like you can do it once, but apparently it is part of the bigger world of we won't want anything thrown in the field. And the rule used to be anything on the field. It is now in the playing area. So even if you're not getting it to the field, but it's behind a bench, that is still considered in the playing area. So anything coming out of the stands is now one warning and then $100,000 fine and a 15-yard penalty.
Joey, you better get a hold of those people.
Hey, what's that guy's name? That rich dude who wants to buy all
Cody Campbell.
Cody Campbell. He better get ready to pony up some $100,000 if he wants to get some expensive tortillas.
Yeah.
Well, what this week they're at Arizona State.
That's like a $10 bill for him these days.
I know.
All right, fellas. Hey, have a great weekend.
See you guys.
And
Wait, Chip, are you getting bourbon?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're gonna leave here now and go. I think all the distillery tours are done for the day, but we may try and go early tomorrow.
Okay.
But then I got to cover the game. It's at night. I got to drive an hour. It's just not working out.
Yeah.
But hey, listen to my man Zay on the post game show.
Yep. See y'all tomorrow. Appreciate it.
See y'all.
Later, guys.
See you guys. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on our side. Of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328. And of course, on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. And Matt is already ready. It is an open bar, open gym on a Friday. So cheers to everybody.
Cheers, Patrick.
We hope that you are getting ready to enjoy the weekend. If you're not already starting to enjoy the weekend, we've been told by our bosses, Joe, we should be drinking on air on Fridays. That's what we've been told by our bosses. We are popping tops on a Friday. And Joe, I don't know if it's one fan, if they maybe skirt the rules, but yeah, I'm thrilled that this rule was not in effect a year ago when we played Georgia in the SEC, because we would have been fined and a penalty and everything else, instead of them changing a ruling on a play that I still did not know was reviewable. But But all that being said, I thought it was interesting, Matt. I thought it was interesting that I saw that the Big 12, like Texas Tech's having their best year maybe ever. Like they look like they could be contender, like they could win the Big 12, they could be in the playoffs, have this historic season, and then they get this news, and it's like, people in Lubbock right now are like, can we have anything fun for a while? Can't we just be fun for a while?
Yeah, you gotta hope that if one fan does it, then everybody else just is like, oh, we can all do it now, and then they all chunk their tortillas, and then you got $100,000. Whew. That's a slippery slope right there for schools like that. I don't mind it though. I think it's a stupid tradition. I think Texas Tech should have gotten rid of that a long time ago. Tortillas and the panhandle of Tech, and it's just like, well, what do we do? Huh?
I never got it because I didn't feel like Lubbock was a tortilla town. I feel like Lubbock is the type of place that may be more welcoming to ICE agents than Mexicans, but that's just my opinion of the time that I have been there. That I saw a lot of white people in Lubbock, but maybe that's just me, and maybe just where I was at. I don't know. But when we were going down there, all the fun of the clubs down there in Lubbock, playing different clubs around. I think there was a place called Bleachers, and all I remember, the big thing I remember about Lubbock is that they have like 7 streets named Buddy Holly Street, because they're always so excited when you come into town. We come in and we're touring with the band, and we would come into town, and you come in, they'd be like, this is back before GPS and everything, or at least there was GPS, but it was too expensive. We did not have it. So we would print out the directions on MapQuest. If you remember back in those days, it was better than just having to use a map, but it was still, you print out the directions, but you print out to the venue or the hotel, and then you had to figure out the other way. Right. And so we get there directions, and they were so proud that their city's on a grid. And you're like, yes, your city can be on a grid because it is extremely flat. So everything can be on a grid. And then they'd be like, so then everything's like A and a number. So everything's alphabetical and a number. You can go down and you have to go. So they're like, you go past, and then you're going to turn on D and a half street. Like, wait a minute, D and a half street? And they're like, oh yeah, well, we built another street between D and E. So it's D and a half street.
Huh.
That was their way. And then you would turn on Buddy Holly onto Buddy Holly to get on the Buddy Holly Expressway. There was a lot of Buddy Holly stuff there as well. That was my memories of the times I would end up in Lubbock for a night. So we'd play a show. But nice enough people for the most part when we dealt with it. I mean, we're in clubs. We weren't doing anything sports related, so it was a little bit easier to deal with it than doing stuff with when you went down there, when it got crazy, when Texas got Chris Beard, and they were not thrilled about that. I imagine they're just as mad about Texas Tech. I mean, we didn't have a hard time purchasing alcohol at the clubs because we were the band, we had a rider, and we had, we that's what we did. We drank a lot. So that wasn't as hard for us, but I don't remember outside if it was more difficult. I don't remember. What's up, CB, as well? Thanks, everybody, for joining us as we get started here on a Friday edition of the show. Text here says, Patrick, is it only right to eat KFC on game day tomorrow? I don't know if you're because you're supporting the Colonel. Then you're supporting Kentucky Fried Chicken. I don't know if it feels like that's a support of Kentucky. Maybe I don't know if that's. Maybe you should support a different chicken brand. Really eat it in front of a KFC. Eat some churches in front of the KFC. maybe that would be the way to go. I don't know whether some Golden Chick or some. You find some local. Go get some local to Texas, and get that, and it'll help you out a little bit better than KFC. Come on now, we can do better than eating the Kentucky food. It's not like you're eating a gator when you're playing Florida or something like that.
Yeah, get like, I mean, where is he located?
I do not know. It is
that Chan?
It is not Chan. It is another texter. I don't. It doesn't have a name on this. I have a phone number which I would prefer not to give out on the air.
Okay. Is there an area code?
It's a 737.
I don't know what that is.
I think is that the new Austin one?
That might be the new Austin one. I
think
would,
that's the new
if
Austin.
you want fried chicken on game day, go to Raising Cane's. That was started in Louisiana. I don't know if there's a Lane's fried chicken in Austin. Let's stay away from the Kentucky ones. By the way, circling back to Lubbock just real quickly. My dad used to be a spur for the Longhorn for Texas, the guys that handle Bevo and do all that stuff. And they were driving, or they were trying to leave Lubbock, and they needed gas to put in their truck, and they wouldn't sell them gas because they had the steer and they had the thing that said University of Texas. So that's my only impression of Lubbock, that and the Green Flame. So that place is hell for all I care.
Here the dog. It is Matt's bourbon banter will come up later today. We will get to that in the 5 o'clock hour. And I don't know if it is Kentucky based. I don't know yet. I have not seen. And yeah, 17. See, I'm a 512 guy. I used to run 512 radio. I worked at 512 studios. I am a 512 guy. I'm old school. So my family's been in Austin since the 1830s. So my family, I have a long history here, and I'm a 512 guy. So the 737, I always forget it because I don't remember we don't remember phone numbers anymore, right?
Yeah, that's true. Don't worry, boys. I'm going to pick a non-Kentucky based bourbon today. I'm going to change up my schedule, pick up a non-Kentucky bourbon.
We're not supporting the state of Kentucky for the next 48 hours. And then if we win, we can support them again, and they're fine. And we want them to go beat everybody else. 2P specials. I don't know. I'm trying to lose a couple pounds, so I've not been staying away from the fast food recently. Been trying to be a little bit healthier, to not be, as I say, while I drink beer on a show. The beer part is really the hard one, where you're like, all right, my calories are pretty good, and then let me just add in the 12 beers I drank, and calories are terrible again. Just all awful stuff. Matt, we got into, let's get into a little bit of Texas football talk. Fried chicken from Top Notch. Yeah, I don't know.
There you go.
I don't know how much fried chicken I got into. I will have fried chicken every once in a while, but it's never been a staple meal for me. Also, because I live, it depends where I live. Now that I live in West Austin, like Southwest Austin, there's less chicken places in Southwest Austin, and there's more in Southeast Austin, which seems a little racist because we know where everybody lives in this town, and that, the history of how this town was divided and where people were allowed to buy houses back in the day, and all of these things that are really downers to talk about on a show on a Friday. But yes, if you have to go a little bit further east to get some stuff, or go downtown and you can get some even better fried chicken. But I'm pretty lazy about going to get my food when I go get it. I'm usually I like what's around the corner that I can get and shove in my fat face to make me not hungry anymore. It's normally my technique. I'm not a foodie at all.
I won't comment on the chicken locations in Austin, but I will say that the capital plus research plus execution equals success. So,
oh, I like it. Yeah, I don't. Are you more of a food guy, Matt? Do you enjoy
big food guy?
See, I love eating, but I'm fine eating just regular, boring stuff. I don't.
Oh, I am too. Especially right now, I'm trying to lose a couple pounds as well, so I'm not eating what I would normally eat. But Houston is the best food city in Texas, and it's not close, so it's very, very difficult to not want to go out and eat all of the awesome foods. Like the Mexican food here is incredible. Any kind of food you can possibly think of, the best version of it is in Houston.
Yeah, my problem is I'm too cheap and fat. So whenever food starts to get smaller and more expensive, like when that price point hits where it starts being less food for more money, I'm out. I'm just always out there. Like, it tastes really good. I'm like, I don't care. My brain can't handle that I'm paying $35 for something small. I can't handle that. That's silly to me. I could eat so many nachos for $35 and I would be just as happy. I'd be happier with all $35 of nachos than I would
probably be sports on the TV.
Really nice steak. Yeah, and it's really nice. You're like, oh, they're like pair it with a wine. You're like, I don't even know. Like, I've had good wines. I have a friend who was like a bit of a mentor to me, and he's a great guy. Shout out John Baggett. He's an awesome dude, but he is but he'll take me out like once a year or something like that and take me to a nice restaurant and bring the wines and have all this stuff and try and give me a little bit of class. And then at the end of it, I'm like, all right, that was all right. it's a good experience. It's a cool experience, but I've never learned anything of it. My brain can't handle that. Yeah. And Frenchie's Fried Chicken was the one Rod always raved about as well there in Houston. Isn't that one? Is that the one that's across the street from University of Houston?
It could be. I've never been to Frenchie's. I've heard it's good though.
My man Rob Babers used to rave about Frenchie's. Used to rave about it. So that was his, and he's from the H-Town, so he should know. He should know about that. Let's get into a little bit of Texas football talk, Matt. Let's talk about that availability report first. We saw it come out today or last night, the new availability report. A lot more guys that we thought maybe had a chance to play are now on the out. Xavier Filsamy on the out now, alongside Aaron Butler, Jonathan Cunningham, and Cole Hudson and Connor Stroh, all on the out for this game. It does feel like this is half, Cole Hudson, the guys who were out earlier that are probably actually not able to play at all. And then maybe some of these are in that realm of let's play it safer because it is Kentucky and we should be able to win this game. We do see that CJ Baxter still is doubtful. I was kind of hoping he would move up, but I don't know why he's not out. Like every week, I don't know why he's not out because there seems like a 3% chance he plays, but he just teases us by keeping him on the doubtful. And Murad Watson is on the questionable for Texas. So he has not moved down with everybody else moving to either out or move. No one moved up, by the way. So I don't know. Do you think Murad Watson has a shot to play? It seems like CJ Baxter doesn't, but Murad Watson is to me, he's probably say 30% chance he plays right now.
Everything I'm hearing is that he will give it a go. How much he plays is up for debate, but I believe he will play. That's just based on what I'm hearing on a Friday, 24 hours or so before the game. So I expect him to give it a shot. I do think that they're very confident in Cole Brevard and Alex January. And, I think Levon Johnson's going to get a go. Travis Shaw is obviously going to play. I heard Justice Terry is getting some more snaps this week. So maybe if Murad Watson is a little bit hobbled and he can't go, Justice Terry gets a few more reps. And they also have Josiah Sharma and Myron Charles in that room who have been very good in practice. And, they're just
has Justice Terry burned the red shirt yet?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. I can look that up while we're talking about other stuff or while you're talking.
Yeah, because I think that's an interesting piece. And now a guy like Justice Terry is the type of recruit who probably originally doesn't care too much about that red shirt because in his eyes, he wants to be in the NFL as soon as he can be. That's the type of recruit, the type of body he has, the type of potential that Justice Terry has is to get to that point. But if he's not really playing, is there a point where you just say, let's be safer than sorry? And, instead of having him play 6 snaps, let's just keep his redshirt eligibility for right now. And if we need him later in the season, we can use him. Or if you have the conversation with him and he says, I'm not staying here for 4 years. Mm-hmm. So I'm not staying here for 5, definitely. So I'll tell you what, go ahead and get me any experience I can. Give me any chance to get that out there in the field because that's what I want to do. And I think in the NIL era, that's probably a little bit more difficult to do because you do have to look back on it and say, well, worst case scenario, you'd like to be able to have a couple more years to try it in college. But for Justice Terry, he feels like his body, just his body alone, his size and athleticism, feels like he'll get a shot in the NFL no matter what.
It does feel that way. He still has one more game to go before he burns that red shirt. He played against San Jose State, Sam Houston, and Florida. He played 2 snaps against Florida, 10 against Sam Houston, and 7 against San Jose State. So he should be good to go, even if they end up having to play him this week. Okay,
so an interesting one there for Justice Terry, just to see about that red shirt. And if you do have more injuries and you have to play him, burn that red shirt. But yeah, he just doesn't feel like a guy who's going to be playing college football for 5 seasons.
No, he doesn't.
So
he's a guy who, even if you use that red shirt on him this year, he's probably going to go after his redshirt sophomore year because he's going to be that good.
Yeah, I still expect really good things out of him. It's a deep room, and it's a position for Texas that's so important that it feels like they don't, you just can't trust somebody who might let something slip through, especially with the offense having the struggles it's having. So that's so an interesting little piece on the injury report. We do see that for Kentucky, no big names for Kentucky I really see that are in their injury report. There's no one that's one of their top guys who is out. They only have a few top guys. Zach Calzada is healthy now. Cutter Boley still looks like he is going to get the start for Kentucky, but Zach Calzada is available if there is either an injury or just Cutter Boley's not getting it done. They could switch quarterbacks. That's how Cutter Boley came in the game last year for Texas. That brings us to some of the players to know here in the game, Matt. Not a lot of players to know. I didn't write down a ton because it feels like there's only a few to really kind of keep up with. We'll start with Cutter Boley. Number 8 is Cutter Boley. He's a redshirt freshman. We played against him last year. He came in at half, basically to try and get something going against Texas. The big thing about him is he is a big dude, 6'5". He has a good arm. He can spin the ball real well. He maneuvers in a pocket well, but he makes some mistakes. He doesn't always read the defenses well. His accuracy is so-so. And for someone who can move around in a pocket well, when he sees the things coming, when he doesn't, he goes down. He has already been sacked 9 times this season. So Cutter Boley is one of those guys, Matt, that you can get the pressure on and can take down. He does have the ability to spin the ball, get the ball out, and put it in the right spot. He's a little under a 60% passer accuracy-wise, so it's not like he's going to dominate you. But if you give him enough time and you're not able to get any pressure on him, he could get into a rhythm enough to make your life a little bit more annoying.
Yeah, Cutter Boley's a talented guy. But like you said, he's prone to mistakes. I thought that when he came in against Ole Miss, that offense just looked different. It looked like it moved better. He looked like he could manipulate the pocket a lot better. He's got a better arm. I think he's more accurate. And he's a little bit more aggressive in the sense that he goes for explosive plays, I think a little bit more often than Calzada would, which can work to your favor or it won't. It depends, I guess. I assume he's going to start based on everything that I've seen. But if they decide to go with Calzada, that would tell you that they're going to try and play a more conservative game plan, more than likely. But I do expect Cutter Boley to be the guy. He's the better quarterback. I don't think it's really, in terms of talent, I don't think it's really close.
He's also a freshman that I think they want to get some experience because it does feel like going forward that they would like him next year to be ready to take over the reins as the starting quarterback going in and everything else. So as a redshirt freshman at this point in the season, your season's kind of already done. Why are you playing a guy who's not going to – Zach Calzada is not going to be there next year anyway. So you might as well stay with the young guy that you've brought in and hopefully will stay and be able to do some stuff with you. Neither guy, Calzada or Cutter Boley, is that effective at running the ball. Zach Calzada has 14 carries for 23 yards, and Cutter Boley has 21 carries for 2 yards.
A lot of sacks.
So, a lot of sacks. He's been sacked 9 times, so he's run the ball a few times. Either he's just, that comes out of your rushing. So it does seem like he is. He's also, neither one of them is going to be too much of a threat to slip out of that pocket and go try and make a big run on you. But that being said, we saw Joe Flacco get a run last night, so anyone is capable of doing it.
Yeah, that's true.
So you do have to be aware of it, but I think for Texas, it's not your main concern in this game. We can look over at the running back now. Seth McGowan looks like he is going to go, not on the injury report. He is number 3, the senior running back. He is a powerful downhill runner. He is a guy who is a one-cut guy, can make you miss and then get you downhill a little bit further. He's going to initiate the contact on you. He is going to bring the boom. You better be ready to wrap him up and bring him down. If you just try and go meet him one-on-one, it's not going to be as fun for you, and he can bounce off of those a little bit better and, get that 7-8 yard run. He does not have the speed, though. His longest run this season is 20 yards. He doesn't really break big runs. It's more the question of, can he keep Kentucky on track to have a 2nd and 4 where now Cutter Boley has a little bit better shot to throw a deep pass or try and get the ball out. So that's what you're worried about. You want to keep him not averaging 4 or 5 yards a carry, where he is just kind of pushing on you and helping them win the line of scrimmage. That's the piece for him. You want to initiate, wrap up, and bring him down. Don't just try and hit him hard, because he's okay with that.
Yeah, he's the focus of their offense for sure. He's got over 50% of their production on the ground so far this season in terms of yardage. He's got 431 of the 797 yards that they have as a team. He's averaging over 5 yards a carry. He's got 7 touchdowns. If you can stop this guy, you can stop their offense. He's what keeps them in. He's what keeps them moving. He is what keeps them on schedule. I think that Georgia did a pretty good job of slowing him down in this last game. I think Texas has the personnel to do it. You just, like you said, you have to be ready when you're going to meet this guy in the hole, or at the second level, because he's going to try to lay the boom on you. Fortunately, Texas has a lot of guys that relish contact and want to be in those situations and can lay the boom themselves, so they should be all right there.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Then we look at the wide receiver position. Kendrick Law, he is number 1 on this team, a senior wide receiver, the transfer from Alabama, played 3 years at Alabama. He's 6 foot 205, and he can use his mix of speed and his strength. He is somebody that if he catches a ball in open field, can make you a little miss. He can, fight you off in stiff arm. He is not quite Dallas Wilson size and ability to do that, but he is somebody that for this Kentucky offense, they're going to try and get the ball to, maybe on screens, maybe try and get him on short yardage and let him go run with the football, especially trying to put him in that they feel he can get through a cornerback's tackle. So you have to try and wrap him up as well, because he'll play aggressively. The big problem, his thing of why he could never last at Alabama, was he didn't run routes well. So he never fit into a more rigid system of this. You need to be good at everything. He's not a really good route runner, but he is somebody, if a play breaks down or if he finds space in his zone, he'll be able to get that football and run with it. Also, another piece, you can tell he comes from a school like Alabama. He's a really good perimeter blocker as well. So you have to watch out for him, because he is, again, a physical player that will be a really good blocker, trying to get that extra couple yards out of every play.
Yeah, talented guy. I know that Ole Miss wanted him a whole lot when he was coming out and recruiting. There were a lot of SEC programs that were in on this guy. He's a talented player. But if you can get pressure on Cutter Boley and force him into mistakes, you can kind of take this guy out of the game. Manny Muhammad should be able to handle this guy okay. He's not a Dallas Wilson. He's not really even Isaiah Satania. Like he's not going to be the guy that you have to fear necessarily on the outside. He's just their big playmaker, and he's the one that if somebody makes plays in the passing game, it's probably going to be him. But Texas's secondary should be able to handle him okay.
Yeah, a couple other names to look out for is Willie Rodriguez, number 81, and Josh Caddis, number 84. That is the tight ends. Both those guys are averaging 15.7 yards per catch. So out of the tight end position, they like to get downfield with the football sometimes, try and spring big plays out of their tight ends. So watch for that as well. If you see 81 or 84 trying to book it downfield, that is a player. Those are players that they like to get the ball to. They get them in the end zone. Both those guys have scored multiple touchdowns this season. So just keep an eye out for their tight ends as well. Because again, not a lot of great wide receivers on this team. So they'll spread it around a little bit. Not a lot of, there's nobody who's really, statistically taking over. But both those guys have some pretty good downfield stats for tight ends. So just something to notice out of that Kentucky offense.
Yeah. Tight ends are a quarterback's best friend. So if Texas is able to dial up the pressure, then those guys should have some opportunities to catch some footballs. I really like the way that Texas's defense matches up against this offense. I'm gonna say that right now. I think that they're going to be pretty successful against these guys. Tight ends are always kind of an X factor, though. They can kind of make up for a lot of mistakes or give you the security blanket that you need if you're a young quarterback. So they should be involved. I expect them to be involved heavily. Yeah,
and they also can pull your linebackers a little bit too sometimes, which is, you prefer to not have, we talk about it. We'd like Anthony Hill to be more aggressive, and it feels like this is a game where he's going to have to drop back in coverage a lot.
Mm-hmm.
that they'll use him against linebackers at times. So maybe he will not be able to have that impact that you see, but if you watch the game back, you may be able to tell the impact that he is actually going to have. We'll see. Maybe they'll blitz him some more. We'll see if they be aggressive on this. But, yeah, offensively, you could see them stay at home on a lot of this because, if you win the line of scrimmage against Kentucky, you're probably winning this game.
Yeah, I hope the tight ends don't try to block Anthony Hill too much downfield, because I don't know if anybody saw the clip of the Oklahoma tight end trying to block Anthony Hill, and he just threw him to the side. You're not gonna move that guy off of his spot too often.
Defensively, I've only got one player. There's no one on this defense. They have a few players that are pretty decent players. McKees Humphrey Grace is a decent defensive lineman for them. You can also go, there's just a few good defensive linemen. They're pretty talented, but there's no one that really stands out, especially statistically. So I have Alex Safari Jr., who is a senior linebacker. He's number 3. He leads the team in tackles. He has been at this program. I believe this is his 5th year with the program. He runs that defense. He is the guy who knows what's happening where everybody is. He knows that defense inside and out. So that is the player. He's around. He will be in the right space at a lot of times. Not necessarily the most killer. He's 1 sack on the season. He's not necessarily playing in the backfield. But you can look at this team like Steven Souls Jr. You look at his stats and you go, he's got 2 sacks. He has two forced fumbles. Like, that dude looks scary. He hasn't played since the first 3 games of the season. All those plays were from Toledo. So he is not affected. So, like, they're just not really, like, there's good players on this team, but the whole Kentucky defense isn't really based around statistical success so much as everybody be in the right spots, go tackle them at the line of scrimmage, try and push. They don't try and blitz you a ton. They don't try and get in that backfield a ton. They play they basically drop back a lot of guys, go up on that line of scrimmage and try and not let you get big runs. But they're not really going to come after the quarterback a ton. That may change knowing what this Texas offensive line is, though. We've seen that before where Florida wasn't really going after the quarterback, and then they got after Arch. So we'll see if Kentucky tries to spice things up a little bit more in this game to try and get something going defensively. But trend-wise and everything else, they're not necessarily coming after your quarterback a ton. And when they do, they're not having a ton of success.
Yeah, and Alex Safari Jr. is a talented player. Against Ole Miss, he had 10 tackles, 7 solo. He also had 13 tackles and 9 solo tackles in their first game of the year against Toledo. But in SEC play so far against South Carolina and Georgia, he's combined for 11 total tackles and 4 solo tackles. So SEC play has been a little bit more difficult for him.
Yeah.
But I think that you're right. I think that's kind of the nature of the Kentucky defense is it's just everybody being in the right spot and wrapping up when the play goes to you rather than a bunch of guys swarming the ball or one guy being a superstar and being all over the field or something like that. So as long as Texas can, take care of business up front and keep them from getting in the backfield at a consistent rate, they should be just fine.
Yeah. So that takes us to our game planning, Matt. You talk about it. Let's start your defensive because you talked about that defensive game plan, what you like against this Kentucky team in the matchup, and Cutter Boley being a little bit inexperienced and, really having one wide receiver that they can trust. And he's not a great route runner. They just trust him with the ball in his hands. And a running back who's not necessarily explosive. They've had some trouble with some of these backs that are just able to pound the football on them, extending drives, pushing through, getting Texas to where they get frustrated because it's just 4 yards at a time, and maybe you get a penalty somewhere along the line because you're just frustrated trying to stop something and you put a hand in a face or you jump off sides to try and make a big play. Texas has to be very conscious of that on the road to not get frustrated early if he's able to get 4 yards of carry and they are just running him over and over and over and over again, because that may be the case. What is your game plan, Matt, going at them defensively?
Well, I think that you have sort of a similar game plan that you did against Oklahoma. I think that, yes, Joe, it looks like Seth McGowan is going to play. I think that you try and be aggressive and you try and force this kid Boley to make mistakes. He's been prone to mistakes, and I think you I don't think you overcommit to blitzing or anything like that, but
Yeah.
I think that you take a similar game plan to what you did with Oklahoma, throw a few blitzes in there. I think you can man these guys up pretty easily. Put Manny Muhammad on Kendrick Law and put Jalen Gilbo on the other receiver, and just let your defensive line do their work against this Kentucky front, which has been suspect this year. And honestly, I think that's kind of the game plan that you have to have for the rest of the season is just be aggressive, get after the quarterback, force turnovers, because we thought that they would be able to sit back in coverage against a team like Florida, like Miami did, and it didn't work out. And maybe that was just an off day for the defense, but you can't afford to be conservative defensively right now, probably for the rest of the season, honestly. I wouldn't do anything that would put that into any sort of jeopardy. Just be aggressive, get after the quarterback, force turnovers. Don't let that offensive line get a push on you either, and keep Seth McGowan bottled up. I mean, I think if you get pressure and you keep Seth McGowan in check, then you're going to hold these guys to 6 points or something.
Yeah, I think you definitely can hold them down. They're just, I mean, they have some wide receivers who can have explosive plays. They have some tight ends who could do it. They're going to try and get that. I think that's why you want to be aggressive, because the more you take Cutter Boley out of his game, like you took John Mateer out of his, the more it's going to be hard for him to just get going in any way. And the more they're forced to just hand the ball to Seth McGowan and just trust that and maybe throw the ball one time, I think you can hold Seth McGowan to 4 yards a carry. That's 8 yards. And if you throw on the third one, it's third down, and it's fourth down all of a sudden. So you'd like to be able to just stop them enough on those, try and get them frustrated. I agree with you a lot there, Matt, on that game plan. What do you like on the offensive side of the ball for this Texas team that finally started to get some things going in the second half against OU, where they were able to go short yardage, move around a little bit better? The offensive line seemed to figure out a couple things. The time of release for Arch Manning went down. All of the things you wanted to see, where it started to click a little bit faster for Texas in that second half. Do you try and stay more in that short yardage, just get the ball out, hope that Trey Wisner can find some gaps and get some yardage for you, and try and play on the road a style of football that you have to be clean? You can't get penalties. You can't get behind the sticks on these, but you can go that way. Or do you maybe set that up and then try and take some shots downfield, because this is a Kentucky secondary that isn't – they're able to get interceptions. They got 6 interceptions on the season, but you're going to be able to get some guys open. You have too many talented wide receivers. They don't have enough DBs to cover them.
I think that it's complicated, right? I don't think that you should get overly aggressive and try and do the downfield passing attack like you did against Florida for the entire game.
Yeah.
I do think that the offensive game plan against Oklahoma was conservative by nature, because they knew that they could hold Oklahoma in check, and they thought if we score a touchdown, maybe 2, then we win this football game. And I think that that's still probably the deal here, but I think that you have to, again, run the football consistently. So get Trey Wisner going early. Minimize the penalties on offense for sure. But keep that quick passing game a staple with Arch and getting him outside of the pocket. Get him moving with his legs, whether it be moving him outside of the pocket or in the running game. But I would take shots downfield when the opportunity presents itself. Suck them in by running the football and moving the line of scrimmage, and then take a shot downfield, but don't overly rely on it. Take those on play action when Kentucky's expecting a run. Texas has done a lot of, when they have a successful – Inside Texas did a good breakdown of this. They put out something today about when Texas has a successful run on first down, more times than not, they're going back to the run on the next play, or getting the ball in the running back's hands on the next play. So maybe, shifts things up a little bit. And, get that successful run on first down or whatever it is, and then turn around and do a play action shot deep or something like that. Like just keep them guessing. Don't be as conservative as you were against Oklahoma, but still take care of the football, protect Arch, keep the short passing game heavily involved, and just take your shots when you got them.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, because you have to see how this O-line is going to play as well. Because we saw even in the OU game when they started to try and, dial it up and go downfield, Arch was immediately getting pressured. Like that pass pro wasn't there for him, right? So if we know that, it feels like it's going to be tough to really get that going. Now, if they're literally just putting 3 guys on the line of scrimmage and not blitzing anymore, 3 and 5, you should be able to give Arch a second or 2. You should. We haven't always this season. This is a big game for Connor Robertson. We've talked about that. Let's see if he's able to step into that role and maybe play a little bit better alongside Nick Brooks. Find yourself a line that you feel good about going forward because, it's going to get real again real soon for this Texas team. So I'm curious to see what they do on the offensive end. I can't imagine Sark is going to be okay. Trusting his team to not get penalties is going to be his excuse for why he wants to take shots. Sark loves explosive plays. There's one thing when he cartoon Sark is sleeping in his bed and he's got dreams going above, it's just explosive plays. It's all it's happening. It's all he wants to say.
Well, I'll say this too. I think that if you do those, you draw up those plays that are shots downfield, you do the same thing you did against Oklahoma, and you make sure that you have some bailout concepts underneath, whether that's check down to Trey Wisner or, Endries on a slant or DeAndre Moore coming across on a drag, Washington, whatever the case may be.
Yes.
I think that's extremely important. I don't know.
I'll say this. This is when you say that, I want to see if you want to take a shot, your first read is the shot, your second read is the check down. I don't need a second, third downfield. I don't need multiple routes downfield that you're trying to hit because I don't think he's going to have the time to do that.
Yeah, but also the thing about this offense that Steve Sarkisian likes to run when everything's working, is that every explosive play isn't a deep shot. If you continue to block well on these screens and these short passes, like he's got different clear out routes and what we've called a bench route or an I Love Football route earlier in the week, where like those guys are just running to clear out the defense and it's clearing things out for an underneath route. Like those things can, if they're blocked well and they're executed the right way, can be explosive plays a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So you just have to execute properly, and you can still get those explosive plays without sending 3 guys deep on, crossing posts in a go route or whatever.
And that's kind of one of the reasons why those haven't been as effective this season, is because sometimes on those, we're going to pull the left guard over to go outside of the right tackle, and then he's going to set something up, and we're going to flip a wide receiver, and they haven't had the perimeter blocking, they haven't had the O-line, and by the time that left guard pulls, they don't read the play right first, and a guy walks through the left guard where there's a giant hole now and hits Arch Manning before the play can even get set up to try and get everybody in place to set up the explosive play. Too many of them are getting blown up because the early blocks and the early planning and early reading of the play just aren't there. And you're hoping that continues to get better. Now, losing Cole Hudson, as bad as he's been playing, I believe that he probably still can read some things better than other guys. So Connor Robertson's going to have to come in and continue to grow on that, because Nick Brooks you don't expect him to be able to really, you're going to have to help Nick Brooks out a lot. I mean, he is brand new to this. Mm-hmm. So it's, those are the questions. Is Nick Brooks is the type of guy who can use his speed and ability to come off that left guard position and flank out and be somebody downfield, or be to rotate over, or do whatever. The problem is, if he doesn't understand, you got to knock one guy or put a guy or just slow down one guy before you do that, and he doesn't catch that, that's how Arch gets sacked. And so they've had too many of those plays this season. offensively, and it's come back to bite them. But this is a good test. It's an SEC team. It's an SEC defense. It's a defensive head coach, which Sark has problem with these defensive head coach sometimes. He's really good. Sark's really good at out coaching other offensive coaches.
Mm-hmm.
He does struggle with defensive head coaches, and so he had no problem with them last year, but that was a much more veteran team last year. So with this young team, can they get in there and can they play it out? But I do appreciate, I do like your take there on there. Joe says first read, second read, take off, slide. Yeah, pretty simple stuff. And look, Arch is, we've seen, I think all of us kind of thought Arch would be more prone to run than he is.
Yeah.
Arch does not want to run. And I don't know, and I don't mean like that in a way of like he doesn't want, he's fine running and getting contact. He wants to throw the ball downfield more than he wants to run. So he is constantly trying to scan downfield. And there's plays where you could see where you think, like the Ryan Wingo play, right? On a third down. He had that first down with his legs. No problem. He could have made that. And then he turns around and makes a really hard pass back to Ryan Wingo. And you look at those and you go, you made the pass, so I'm not mad at you. But you also probably should have taken the safer route and just gone and slid for a first down and been fine because you had the space. So I get that, and I'm not condemning him because it worked. It's just a really, really hard pass, but he tries to make those. He made it versus Parker Livingston. He made that throw. So he's made some really good throws, especially in the last couple of weeks on those. But we've seen all season long, he is fine slowing down and looking downfield to try and figure something out because he trusts his wide receivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I get that people want him to use his legs because he can make explosive plays with his legs. And if the opportunity is there, I think you should utilize it. But I think that it shows a lot of development with Arch, especially over the last couple of weeks, and exponentially versus Oklahoma, where he was getting outside the pocket. And as we pointed out in my film review earlier in the week, he's getting outside of the pocket and he's immediately keeping his eyes downfield and scanning.
Yes.
And I think that's what NFL quarterbacks do.
Yeah.
So you want him to do that. You want and use his legs as a last resort, because it seems like when he's moving outside the pocket and keeping his eyes downfield and deciding on a pass, whether it's a difficult pass or not, he's been accurate with it. He's been, deliberate with it in the sense that he's firing the ball in there and putting it in spots where only his receiver can get it with the right velocity. He's layering the football really well. And those kinds of things are like, you love to see that development, because against Kentucky, yeah, I mean, you could probably use those plays and run and get 10, 15, 20 yards. Against Georgia, that might not be the case because they're a lot faster on defense. They're a lot more talented on defense. So that's a part of his game that has developed very quickly over the last couple weeks, and I'm really excited about it. So I don't want him to stop doing that necessarily. But I mean, if there's a gaping hole on one side of the field, and he knows like, okay, I could run for 40 here, absolutely take it. But at the same point, like I feel like in some of these games coming up, particularly against Georgia and maybe Texas A&M, he's probably going to take a lot of hits. So I want to minimize the hit count on his body as much as humanly possible.
Yeah. No,
also,
I agree. I agree with that 100% too.
Yeah. Also, going back to your point about Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson replacing him, I looked up their PFF grades to see if, because I just subscribed to PFF this week, so I hadn't really been paying attention a lot to it this season. And I just kind of expected, based on the way that I saw Connor Robertson play against Sam Houston, that his grades would be higher than Cole Hudson. And it's kind of alarming how similar they are in terms of PFF grade. So Cole Hudson overall has a 59.3 PFF grade. Connor Robertson has a 59.2. Run blocking, Cole Hudson 62.0. Connor Robertson's 62.3. Pass block, Cole Hudson's 49.5. Robertson's 49.9. So they are like neck and neck.
Yeah.
Which is, we'll see.
No, it's not. I get it. And because we don't expect him to be like, I don't expect that Sark and Kyle Flood are sitting in practice like, let's screw over Connor Robertson and ourselves by putting the much better player on the bench.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? So I don't think he's necessarily this much better player. So we're going to have to see him come in. Man, Chan on the tech side says, I'm concerned, very concerned. O-line again had to be revamped due to injuries. Chan, I want to ask you this question honestly, Chan. When is the last game for Texas you were not concerned about? And by the way, you're fully justified on this one to be concerned about that O-line. I'm not saying you're not. I just love you, Chan, because every game I feel like you say you're concerned. So I feel, and most of them are justified. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just love it, Chan. So, but yeah, the O-line, like it's one position really being revamped. Nick Brooks is in there. If Connor Stroh had been the starter, we could be more, but Nick Brooks had already taken over that role. So it is one player. The big problem you have is that you are paper thin on it now. On a not good offensive line, completely paper thin.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. At least with Connor Stroh in there, you think, okay, now that we have Nick Brooks established as our left guard, if he has to sit out a couple plays due to an injury, we could at least put Connor Stroh in there who has some experience, and we'd be okay. Now he's out, so you're going to have to rely on Neto Umeozulu, who has been better than Connor Stroh based on what I've seen, but still, he's pretty much your only backup guard that has experience at this point. And if DJ Campbell goes down, what are your options? You could put Umeozulu there. You could bring Jaden Chapman in and slide him in at guard. Otherwise, you're putting in like Nate Kibble, who hasn't really played. So it's it is extremely razor paper thin. And it's like there's notebook paper, Patrick, and like, okay, there's cardstock.
Yeah.
And then there's notebook paper. And then there's like that like wax paper that you can see through. The Texas offensive line's depth is like that wax paper that you can, like tissue paper.
Hey, I'll tell you this. They have played like a one-ply offensive line a lot of time this season, but they are one-ply right now. You are not getting two-ply. You are getting hotel room, cheap boss, bad gas station toilet paper. This offensive line's depth right now.
Absolutely.
Matt, let's get into our MVPs, X factors, and predictions for the game. We'll start, Matt, with your offensive MVP. Who is the offensive MVP going to be for the Texas Longhorns?
I'm going to go with Arch Manning. I think he's taken major steps in the last 3 games, particularly last week against Oklahoma. I think that things are going to be a little bit easier for him this week, considering the opponent. And I think he's going to be able to hit some bigger passes, put up some more stats. I think he's going to get closer to the numbers that everybody thinks that, he should be getting every week, which is, I'm not saying he's going to get to 310 touchdowns or whatever, but I think he's going to get upwards of 250, 275 yards. He's going to throw for a couple touchdowns. He's going to run for another one, and he's going to continue to be the engine of the Texas offense.
I like that. I like that a lot because I want that to be true. I want Arch's continuing journey of progress to take another step this week, to Sark's play calling, to figure out the way that this works. And we get to see Arch Manning start to get in that conversation of, okay, this is a guy that we get this offense isn't good enough right now as a whole because of the line for him to be this dominant Heisman frontrunner. But the player is growing, and we know, man, that guy's going to be scary next season. And he can be scarier by the time we get to Georgia and A&M. He's going to keep getting scarier and scarier, making some decisions. Because, right now we've got a few plays that we look at, right? Like right now, everyone will just go look at that Parker Livingston play. And you go, oh, man, that's somebody. Like you see what can be in there. And the potential that is possible out of him. He's not anywhere near that full potential yet, but he's getting closer and he's moving the right direction. I should say that. I wouldn't say he's close. I'll say he's moving the right direction. So I like that. I'm going to go with Trey Wisner. It's another big game for Trey Wisner. I don't know how much they use him. I hope they don't have to use him a ton. But I do think him being able to run the football early, him being able to keep them on schedule, allows Arch Manning to be great.
Mhm.
Because if they are on schedule, if they are picking up runs and Trey Wisner is able to get him 5-6 yards on a carry, that lets Arch Manning have options. That lets the defense have to worry about Trey Wisner. And when that run game works, it opens everything else up. And there's one dude right now who I can believe can do it on this Texas team, because I don't think CJ Baxter is playing, and that's Trey Wisner. So with him, he is the MVP, because just like Arch gave him the game ball yesterday, Arch knows if Trey Wisner ain't there, my passing doesn't happen, because they're not worried about him. And, then they're just blitzing me the whole game. So I'm going with Trey Wisner. And look, maybe this is also spill off of I'm still high on his performance last weekend in the Red River rivalry. It is great to see in a rivalry game Trey Wisner come back and just power through that game and play an insane amount of snaps for a running back to play. But he's done so well. So I like Trey Wisner as my offensive MVP going in this game.
I like that. I think Trey's going to have a good game here. I do. I hope he doesn't have to go 25 runs or, anything like that. If he could get 15 runs and get upwards of 100 yards and maybe a touchdown, I think that'd be great.
Oh, I'll tell you this. If Christian Clark or James Simon could run for an average of 3 to 4 yards, that would make me very, very happy. I want to see one other running back that's, healthy right now be able to effectively over time average 3 to 4 yards. That's not asking a lot. That's not a great run game. 3 yards a carry is not a good run game, but they have not been able to do anything. They're getting hit at the line of scrimmage. So I need to see them be able to break a tackle or two and get forward. And whoever can do that, if they're able to boost that up, and hell, I'll even take it if it's an explosive play that gives us a false reality. I'll take that. But I would like to see that, because that changes the run game for me, because that lets Trey Wisner get rest. Because that lets him not have to get 15 carries in these next couple weeks if you get somebody else going.
I feel like James Simon would probably be the guy that would do that.
I think too.
He seems like he's the most complete of those two backs. Christian Clark, he seems like more of a boutique back right now, which is fine. But I'm interested to see if they get Michael Terry involved in any sort of running, because from what I've heard, he's really impressed them this week.
Yeah.
He's up to 225 pounds, and apparently he runs with more physicality than any of the.
That is huge.
Yeah, he's 6'3", 225.
Jeez.
And apparently he's been running with more physicality and power than any of the backs in that room.
I'm curious. Yeah. Then, if he's able to come in and they're just like, hell, if Simon and Clark are getting hit the line and move backwards, and because that's a big one too, is you saw that last week. They got hit and moved backwards. Yeah. If you get hit and stopped, that's one thing. If you get hit and you're moving backwards, it's like, well, you're losing now. You're not just not winning, you're losing. And I don't like it. So those ones, but I'm curious. I like that. I like that take there, Matt. That's
just like a couple of give him a series and see what happens.
That's the thing is if everything's going according to plan, I think you can do that.
Yeah. But here's my scenario for that happening.
Yeah.
Texas comes out on the first drive and they move the ball down the field and they score. And then the first Kentucky possession, they either get a turnover, they get a 3-and-out, they get a short possession, they get the football back, they get it with good field position. You get on the field again, you get a field goal, or you get another touchdown. I think the next series you could probably put Michael Terry out there and just see what you got.
See what you got. Yeah.
You got a 2-score lead.
That's about the right time. I probably expected a little bit later in the second quarter, but I do think that's one you throw at a team and you watch a defensive coordinator pull their hair out, because they're like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah.
What the hell? We're way too far in the season to be introducing new players to me. We have no tape on him. There's zero tape on Michael Terry, the running back. Yeah. So
there's basically zero tape on Michael Terry, the player, since he played against Sam Houston, and that's it. And I don't think he caught a pass. The only tape you have on him is at running back. At running back is in high school. So, what can you glean from that? Not much, because all he was really doing was getting the ball and running faster than everybody.
Oh, Chan is correcting. Parchment paper. Parchment paper is where he's going with the cheapest. I like it, Chan. You also didn't answer my question, Chan. When is the last game you were not concerned for Texas? I'm curious, Chan. Really want to know. When's the last game? Maybe it's Sam Houston, but I feel like you were concerned before that one too. So I don't know. You got to tell me when the last one you weren't. Defensive MVP, Matt. Defensive MVP. Who are you looking at?
I'm gonna go with Jelani McDonald. I think Cutter Boley is prone to making mistakes, and I think that Jelani McDonald is the most opportunistic guy in that secondary to make interceptions. And I think he also helps tremendously in the run game because he's a physical guy.
Yeah.
So I think he could get a pick in this game and kind of be the tone setter in the secondary, and really, maybe be an extra guy in the box at some points to help slow down that running back McGowan.
I'm going to go with Hero Canoe. I'm going to go with Hero Canoe as somebody to, again, stop the run. And I think with Murad Watson, probably at least diminished role, he's going to have to step up into that. He has been the other probably most reliable guy they have had. Alex January's played well, but he just had some injuries as well. So I'm going to go with Hero Canoe to step up, want to show a big game here, stop this run game, and maybe put a little pressure on Cutter Boley as well. But I like him because, again, this game to me is if you were able to stop Kentucky on the line of scrimmage, if your defensive line beats their offensive line, I don't know how they're going to score enough points to beat you. Now, if your offense completely falls apart and you turn the ball over a bunch and you just play bad football, then anybody's got a shot because Kentucky will just hang around. But I think if you win this battle of lines on the defensive line, that gives it to you. So I'm going to go with Hero Canoe.
Can I give you one more honorary?
Well, do you want to put this on X Factor or do you want to put this on the MVP?
Honorable mention MVP.
Okay.
Colin Simmons. I know it's easy.
I know. I love it.
But he's been playing his best football over the last couple of weeks. It really seems like something's clicked with him. He could wreak havoc on that offensive line for Kentucky. He's been really good against the run. He's been patient. This could be – I know Oklahoma, he had 2.5 sacks against Oklahoma. He could have a 3-sack game here. That's not with him being overly aggressive either. So I think that he's the guy that does it. Maybe, this is his second breakout game in a row.
I love it. All right, let's stay on the defense. Your X factor for this game on the defensive side of the football for Texas.
I think it's going to be Manny Muhammad. I don't necessarily think he's gonna have a whole lot of stats in this game. I don't think he's going to go for the 2 picks like he did last week. I think that he's just going to do a really good job of shutting down Kendrick Law, and that's going to make things so much easier for the Texas defense. It's going to be one of those Manny Muhammad days where you just don't hear his name, and that's a good thing.
No, I agree with you. I think that's a good shout there. Because it is I think he's going to take away some of their best player, their best player. And then what do you do if that's not there? And that's where I'll go with my X factor. Cause I like yours. I'm going to go with Grayson Littleton. I think they're going to make the same mistake that everyone keeps making all season. Let's attack the true freshman. Yeah. And I think he's going to come up with a big play or two in this game. So not MVP level, but I think he's going to make a big play or two in this game where they try and attack Grayson Littleton because why wouldn't you attack the true freshman? And he's once again going to prove why Sark trusts him to be on that field.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think Grayson Littleton continues to make plays, so I don't think that's going to change this week by any stretch of the imagination whatsoever.
All right, let's look at that offensive X factor, Matt. What do you got?
I wanted to go with something a little bit, not a wide receiver, not a running back, not something obvious. But Sark said something this week. I think it was yesterday during his Zoom availability that really got me thinking about something they could implement this week. And no, it's not Michael Terry. It's Jack Endries. I think that here's what he said. He said, "I'm satisfied with how Endries has been contributing. I think naturally we've been finding our way in the passing game. We need him to be a contributor, probably more so than he is right now. And whether it's him or Jordan Washington or any of those tight ends, it's a deep room. But the tight end is a really good friend to the quarterback. We probably haven't been friendly enough to Arch utilizing the tight end. And so creating a few more opportunities there for some throws to tight end, I think will be beneficial for our offense. That sounds to me like he wants to get Jack Endries involved this week.
I agree with you.
That's why I think it's
agree
going to
with
be
you.
done.
Yeah, I like that because I think he is trying to figure out ways to get him. And I think the plan was all along, Jack Endries is the guy that we throw it to downfield. Jack Endries is the guy who can go down and do the gunner helm, splits the seam, and hits him right down the middle. And the problem has been, well, that play hasn't been there because nothing downfield has been there.
Yeah.
Because we haven't had the protection at the O-line, and Arch hasn't seen it in time. So the problem is not necessarily on Jack Endries doing anything wrong, but everything else in this offense has not allowed for anything downfield. And so if you're trying to use Jack Endries downfield, that's his strength and what he can do. They haven't been able to do that. This game, they might be able to set something up for him as one of those pieces. So instead of saying Livingston or Wingo is going to be on the outside Arch, that's your one read. Endries is your one read. Get him downfield. We're gonna play action this or something else. You're gonna turn around, and if Endries has got it right there, that's your one read. And if it's not, you throw it off to Washington, or you dip it off to Trey, or whatever else you're gonna dip it off, or you run. But let's try that one downfield. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm gonna go with a different pass catcher. I'm gonna go with Emmett Mosley as an X factor. We've seen him get more and more comfortable week by week in this offense. And this feels like a easier opportunity for him to really start to feel in this offense. So X factor in two abilities. One, he's blocking downfield, that this is a game where he should be able to be much more physical than these Kentucky secondary. So I think that is a place where he will be an X factor for Texas, getting you extra yardage downfield. And I think this is finally the week where he gets 2 or 3 receptions from Arch, and they finally connect in that way where they just missed on a couple. I think now we're starting to see him get a little bit healthier every week. It's like it's getting closer and closer. So I'm going to go with Emmett Mosley to finally break through and become a real part of this offense.
I like that a lot because I feel like he has been on the cusp. And he's only in his second game playing. So I think that 3 games in against a secondary that can be attacked, the way that Arch has been very good about moving outside of the pocket and kind of redirecting his receivers and improvising. I think Mosley could be, a beneficiary of that this week and maybe get his first touchdown.
I like it. That brings us to our predictions, Matt. We'll keep it simple. Give your final score prediction and how you see the game playing out.
Let me make sure real quick that I have the number right because I put it in the Texas Sports Unfiltered chat, and I want to keep the same number.
You did it yesterday, too.
I did it yesterday.
It got started too early.
It did. It always gets started too early. Like somebody chimes in, and then everybody rolls.
It's Wag's fault. It's always Wag's fault. Blame him.
I'm going to go with Texas 30, Kentucky 6. I think Texas jumps on them early. I think they get a good first drive touchdown. I think they stop them on the next drive. I think they score again, and then I think it's just kind of controlling things from there. Maybe they get a defensive touchdown at some point in this game. They'll get a couple field goals, but I think that they win this one pretty comfortably, and it's never really in doubt. All
right. By the way, thank you, Joe. Joe K says Texas 30, Kentucky 13. If you want to throw in your final score predictions, throw those on the text line, throw those in the chat as well. 30-13 to round where I'm at, Joe. So my original pick that I had before I sent out was 34-10. And then I was like, Patrick, you're getting too high on this offense again. This offense is not as good as you think it is. So I went and took a touchdown off the board. So I went with 27-10. Took a touchdown off the board. It wouldn't surprise me if it was 20-10. And it wouldn't surprise me if it was 20-3. It wouldn't surprise me to take a couple more touchdowns, that this is a slog, and take a couple more of those touchdowns off the board. It would not surprise me at all. I'm going to have a little bit more faith at 27-10. I think that 10 is a riskier number than the 27, to be honest, too. I don't know how the Kentucky offense scores a touchdown, but I don't like predicting that they won't because then it feels like they're destined to. So I'm going to predict them to score the touchdown to screw them out of scoring a touchdown. Make me wrong, Kentucky. Don't score a touchdown in this game. But 27-10. I wrote 34-10 in the chat, and then I took it and it was like, it's too many scores. That's 6 times they score in this game. And I don't know if this offense, I feel good enough to score 6 times in a game, especially with Kentucky probably trying to run clock on you. So if you say you probably get 9-10 possessions, I don't know if I got 6 of them scoring. Even though Kentucky's not there, I just don't have that full faith in the offense yet. So I'd say it's closer to me to probably a 4 or 5 score time for Texas. Now, maybe they get going, but I think this is a more time of possession offense for Texas and a time of possession offense for Kentucky, which leads to less opportunities, and that would lower your score.
Yeah. I don't necessarily disagree with you, and I completely understand you feeling that way. Let me say that up front. The other thing I'll say is Kentucky's played 3 SEC games this season. They've given up 30 points in all of them. They gave up 35 points to South Carolina.
I got
so
you.
I think that the reason that I'm going with at least 30 is because I think that Texas has a better offense than South Carolina. I think that they're more consistent right now than South Carolina. And, while they scored 5 touchdowns and Georgia scored 5 touchdowns, I think Texas probably scores 3 touchdowns and they have 3 field goals.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I think you're about right with that, Matt. And that's it, because I'm with you. I'm saying I'm taking one away just solely in the fact of my I got too high on the horse again, man. I got a little too much on the what do we say, the hopium that Rob Babers used to talk about. A little too high on the hopium. So I dialed it back a little bit. So I'm with you on that. Chan on the text line says 24-10. And think both the defense and offense shall start slow. And Kentucky is desperate. I will say this, Chan. Texas is desperate too. I get they won, but if you want to keep winning as this football team, you keep telling them. Chip mentioned this earlier on the show, early on his show. You talk about what they did in the Big 12 when they lost to Oklahoma a couple years ago. Every game was a Big 12 championship game because if you lose, you're out of the championship game. Every game is an SEC championship game for Texas going forward. That is the message. If you lose, multiple of your coaches will be fired. This is a major, major deal. You lose another game this season, things change around Texas because you have failed this season. And there is no room for error anymore. So the desperate part, I don't know how much of that they're putting on this team, but I know they're putting some of it into this team to let them know, guys, our back is still against the wall. I don't care we look good for 1 week. We beat Oklahoma. But the whole thing about this is, as the season keeps going, it's not like more people get their backs off of the wall. You put more and more people with their backs on the wall. That's college football. Every year, by the end of the season, 90 teams got their backs against the wall trying to fight out of it because there's a couple teams stepping up, playing better football. And that's where Texas still is. So I agree that the offensive line needs work. I get that I don't believe this team is where it needs to be to be an SEC champion right now, but I believe every single week in the SEC, anything can happen, and Texas is still going to be a desperate team coming into this game.
Yeah, I think you have to be. And I think that that's a great analogy from Chip. It's the same situation, except the only difference is if you lose, not only are you out of the SEC championship race, you're out of the college football playoff race, and your season's over.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to play for.
No, and you're talking about Sark having to fight to keep his coaches' jobs. You're talking about more players transferring. You're just talking about a lot of different things that could happen if you lose to Kentucky. It's not a pretty sight. So we will see what they come out with. Chan also throws in Sam Houston was the last time he said he was not concerned. So he did answer the question. Which was the best game to not be concerned about.
Yeah.
That is a bad football team. All right, we're going to take our first break. When we come back, keep throwing those predictions in the chat. We'll get to more of those. We'll get to Matt's bourbon banter when we come back. Not a Kentucky bourbon. I've been told not a Kentucky bourbon. So we will
Texas
continue.
bourbon, in fact.
There you go. We will continue on. Look around the NFL, look around college football at some of the bigger games. We will make our picks. Didn't have a great week last week. We're going to try and rebound and do a little bit better this week. So we'll make those and continue to talk to you guys. Cheers to you. I'm going to go get a refill real quick on my brisky on here. And the Open Bar, Open Gym Friday here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean? My
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SINU, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. And of course, over on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube, where you can join us and join the conversation. Throw in your predictions for the game on Saturday. Love to hear what you think is going to happen in this game. If you got any surprise MVPs, any surprises that you think should be happening in this game, I think would be fun to hear from you guys. Any bold predictions you guys got. Every Friday, though, when we have Friday shows, you know, we're not interrupted by gigantic rivalry games in Dallas, Texas. Then my man Matt tries to class up the show a little bit because it is a open bar, open gym Friday. So we're having a couple cocktails with you starting off the weekend. Appreciate you joining us to start off your weekend. But Matt will class it up a little bit with his selection and his knowledge of the world of bourbon, giving you something you can go check out and enjoy on your weekend. Celebrate a big Texas win and Texas starting to look good. And you know, whoever wrote that Athletic article about Arch Manning having to go back and go and try and delete his Twitter and delete everything else because all the, people calling him an idiot. We'll do that with this nice bourbon. Matt, what do you got today for Matt's bourbon banter?
Did that guy really try to delete his Twitter?
No, I'm just assuming he's going to have to by the end of the,
Well,
the mentions are going to
so.
be too much, man. The mentions are going to be too much.
I certainly hope so. All right, so Texas is playing in Kentucky this week. which means we will not be supporting the state of Kentucky, even though they are the genesis of my favorite cocktail persuasion, which is bourbon. But this week, I am going with one out of the Central Texas, Austin area. I've done one of their bourbons already so far this year. This week, I'm going with Milam and Green, very small batch. It is 108 proof straight bourbon whiskey finished with charred French oak staves. I love Milam and Green. The red label Milam and Green is one of my absolute favorite everyday whiskeys. This one's a little bit more complex, but it is out of the Bardstown Bourbon Distillery in Tennessee is where they distill it. But it's a Texas company, and they do a lot of stuff here in the state of Texas. It's one of the best that there is. It's aged for just shy of 4 years with an additional 5 months of finishing. Like I said, 108 proof. It's a blend of 2 different mash bills, 80% straight bourbon distilled at an undisclosed distillery in Kentucky, 80% corn, and then 80% corn, 10% rye, 10% malted barley. And then 20% straight bourbon distilled at Bardstown Bourbon and Company, 70% corn, 22% malted rye, 10% malted barley. It's got a nice chestnut color to it at MSRPs for about $70. Milam & Green was founded in 2017 in Blanco, Texas. Milam & Green was created by founder Marsha Milam, whiskey expert, and master blender Heather Green, and a Kentucky veteran master distiller Marlene Holmes. So there is a little bit of Kentucky in there. I'm sorry, but it's a Texas company and it's a Texas bourbon.
Ruined it all, man. Ruined it all.
According to the company, very small batch is the newest ongoing release from Milam & Green. It's noteworthy because it includes a little bit of bourbon that's distilled in Kentucky by Milam & Green's master distiller Marlene Holmes. The bourbon was distilled using Milam & Green's custom mash bill, which includes all the ones that I gave you before. After aging in barrels for just shy of 4 years, the barrels were blended in multiple 1,000-gallon tanks where they were finished with French oak staves for approximately 5 months. The brand states that they use staves from French oak casks that once held both tawny port wine and Milam & Green's award-winning rye whiskey, are broken down and then cooked in the 100-degree Texan summer sun, and then finally house charred to a crisp on the outside only. The nose, it's got a nice, kind of sweet bakery style nose, toasted pecans. I've seen some reviews say that it's got some creme brulee in there, which is one of my favorite desserts. So hell yeah. Some dark fruit in there as well. The palate, it's got some tobacco and leather, a little bit of marshmallow in there, some graham cracker, a little bit of fruity flavor in there as well. And then the finish, the baking spices come back along with some of that leather and sort of a cigar box type finish. Very strong, slightly tannic, and it ends up like finishing kind of dry and savory and long, and it's got a really nice end to it there. I love Milam & Green. I like everything that they've ever done. It's one of my favorite bourbon companies, regardless, and I think they do a great job. A very small batch on my list is a solid 7.3 out of 10. Which, let me pull up my scale here, which falls right in between great and excellent on my scale. So really, really, really good bourbon here. It's a nice one to have on your shelf. Also, go check out the red label Milam & Green, which is the Milam & Green Bottled in Bond. Absolutely fantastic bottle. My brother introduced me to that one at his hunting lease not that long ago. I think it was last year, and I can't get enough of it. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite everyday drinkers. So anything Milam & Green, but this one in particular is a very, very nice bottle and a good one to have with a cigar if you're a cigar smoker. I'm not, but I've heard that it's very good with cigars.
Okay, I like a nice cigar as well. Actually, I like a cheap cigar. I like a nice cigar. I smoke cheap cigars when I smoke a cigar. But, a cigar is nice to have every once in a while. I don't have them all the time, but they're nice to have. I usually have one ready to go. And then when you're feeling it, you had a couple drinks, especially you're drinking some whiskey or something like that or some bourbon. Then you have a nice cigar with it. Enjoy yourself. There's some Matt's bourbon banter for you on a Friday afternoon, getting you ready for the weekend. If you want to go buy something to be anti-Kentucky, you said no KFC. You said, I don't care about your secret herbs and spices, Colonel. We're not doing that. And we're not doing Kentucky bourbon. Not happening. We're supporting the great state of Texas because it is Texas versus Kentucky this weekend. Matt, we need to get into some picks for the games before we get into the Jerry Jones Hour and talk about the Cowboys and Commanders game. Let's do our picks first. Right now, so far as the standings last week, you went 2-4. Not a good week. Dropped back below. You just got up to 500, right below 500 again at 22-24. I did not make up any ground on the 500. I went 3-3. So 16-30 for me now. 16-30 for me. Trying to claw my way back into this one, Matt. Trying to claw my way back into this. So let's get into some of these games real quick. Some of the bigger games are some of the games I like the lines of. I'll say that. Some of these are bigger games. Some of these I like the lines. I did put all 4 matchups of top 25 playing top 25 teams. I think those are important games to pick. Some of these lines are way bigger than I think they would be for top 25 teams, top 25 matchups. I would have thought these matchups would have been lower, but we'll start with one that is lower, even though it seems like it may be backwards to some people, at least what we thought at the beginning of the season, Matt. LSU at Vandy. Vandy, we're going with the 1.5 point spread. I believe it's 1.5 right now as well when I look up. So we're still on with that one, but we're going with the 1.5 point spread for LSU at Vandy. It is at Vanderbilt. The Garrett Nussmeier injury has been a question for what his the offense has just completely not done anything this season. Whit Weeks apparently has a bone bruise and is trying to give it a go on Saturday. That is the latest intel, as he's ready to give it a go on Saturday, but not sure about his. That defense for LSU has been really, really good. But if you lose Whit Weeks, it's a little chunk out of a really good defense. Matt, what do you like in LSU at Vandy?
Whit Weeks also apparently shaved off all his hair, which Landry Kiffin was not a fan of.
Oh,
so he's either locking in or he's going, or
is that
he's
like
going
the
crazy.
Is that like the Trayvon Diggs injury? Did you get an injury off injury at home?
I don't know about that. Also, just speaking of the Kiffins, before I give my pick, I'm very proud of the Ole Miss Rebels for beginning contract extension talks with Lane Kiffin and trying to get him Kurt Signetti money before crazy season starts. So props to Ole Miss.
Okay. Crazy season has started.
Yeah, I was right. I'm just putting that out there. I was right. Okay.
LSU. Whoa. They haven't signed anything yet. No, I was right yet.
They're going to.
I think they are too, but I would not do a victory lap yet. I would wait on the victory lap, Matt.
All right. We'll wait on the victory lap. LSU, I think, should win this football game. I think that that Diego Pavia is going to have a hard time against that defense. Whether Whit Weeks is in the game or not, it's a very physical defense. They have a very good secondary. Yeah. They've been good all season long too. Ole Miss kind of exposed a few things with them, I think. Without those 14 penalties, I think Ole Miss would have done, maybe scored a few more points in that football game. So there is ways to beat them. I will say I don't believe in Vanderbilt even a little bit, so I am picking LSU to cover this one.
Yeah, I have LSU as well in this game. Just a reality, this LSU defense has been legit. So the one thing I questioned at the beginning of this season was, can LSU's defense play? And little did I know that was going to be the thing that showed up and not the offense. But LSU's defense has been legit. Ole Miss is the only team to put up more than 10 points on them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Vanderbilt's going to get it done against them. Cedric Alexander has been good, but he has struggled against SEC competition at times. And this LSU defense seems like they're going to be able to slow down Cedric Alexander, which puts everything completely on Diego Pavia. I don't know if he's enough to get it done even at home. So I'll take this LSU defense to be able to hold Vanderbilt enough that LSU can limp to another victory in this one. I'm not going to give it too much hope, but I will say I will think LSU gets the win. They're getting 1.5 points in this as well. So I'll take LSU. All right. We just said Ole Miss is the only team to put up more than 10. Let's go to the Ole Miss game. Ole Miss 7.5 point dogs to a Georgia team that has had some struggles. Their offense and Gunnar Stockton don't look great either. It is at Georgia. 7.5 points, Matt. I know who you're picking, but tell me why.
Okay. So Ole Miss beat Georgia last year, and I think that they figured some things out about how to defend that Georgia offense. Granted, it was Carson Beck and it wasn't Gunnar Stockton, and it's different receivers. But I feel like they kind of got a beat on Mike Bobo a little bit. All that aside, I think the reason that the Washington State game was so close was because they were looking ahead to Georgia, which is understandable, even though it almost cost them. I think Trinidad Chambliss and that receiver group is going to give the Georgia secondary hell for that entire game because they have a very, very good receiver group, a very good tight end. And Trinidad Chambliss is still a Heisman Trophy contender as far as I'm concerned. I don't think he's going to win it, but I think he's going to be in contention for it down the stretch. I also think that they have one of the most underrated and dynamic running backs in the SEC in Kawan Lacey. He's very difficult to tackle. He's shifty. He's powerful. And I think this Ole Miss defense is good enough to slow down the Georgia offense enough. So I am picking Ole Miss to cover the 7.5.
Well, surprising. Really?
Yeah. I think they're going to win too.
I'm going to cross out Georgia. I had Georgia written down for you. I'll say this. I think Trinidad Chambliss, the film is starting to get out on him. I think it's going to get harder and harder for him. I think that a lot of these D2 guys that come out and start lighting it up against lesser defenses maybe are able to pick it up as the season goes on. It gets a little bit tougher for them. I think Kirby Smart is going to be pissed off being called fat, being called a cheater. So he's going to cheat to win. And Georgia wins this game. Georgia will beat Ole Miss this weekend, but they ain't going to do it by 7.5. So I'm going to take Ole Miss because that's a lot of points to do a very, very good Ole Miss team. I do think Georgia wins, but I don't have to put that in my predictions. They can lose by 90, and I'll still be right because I think Ole Miss in the points is the way to go on this bet for me. The Trinidad Chambliss is a great story, and for your sake, Matt, I hope it continues to be. I think we've seen teams start to figure him out a little bit more and a little bit more. So I do think by the end of the season, the question is, can Kirby get it done this week? It's going to be close because Lane Kiffin is a much better offensive coach and a much better offensive mind than anything they have at Georgia. And so it is going to be an interesting, fun game. I'm really excited about watching this game as well. We're 2 for 2 on the same here. Tennessee at Alabama, Matt, is pick 3. 7.5 point favorites for Alabama. They have looked much better after getting embarrassed in week 1. Tennessee has shown no ill problems from losing their quarterback when everybody thought this could be the end of the road for Heupel and maybe things get, it was all Nico Iamaleava was the dude and it was all him. It does not appear to be the case. Joey Aguilar is playing well there. What do you like in Tennessee and Alabama? Alabama 7.5 point favorites.
I think this game's going to be closer than the 7.5. So I'm picking Tennessee to cover. I do think Alabama wins. It's in Tuscaloosa. I really like Joey Aguilar and I really like that offense. The concern that I have for Tennessee being able to finish the game against Alabama this week is their defense. Ty Simpson's playing at a Heisman level. I think he's much more than a game manager, as some people have suggested. So I'm going to go with Tennessee to cover, but I think Alabama wins the football game.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna differ from you on this one. This line has moved around a little bit, and it's never moved towards Tennessee. The big question is Jam Miller and his concussion, right? If you lose Jam Miller, does that hurt Alabama's offense enough? I think Alabama is able to come into this game and make a statement win. I don't think they win by a lot. I think it's probably like 10 points. I don't think they're going to blow them out. But I'll believe that they can come out and play a really good game against Josh Heupel and start to get on that right track. I think Alabama is going to probably lose another game before the season is over, but I think that's because they get in their own heads that they're great. I don't think they're there yet. I think that this will be a game that they are up for, they're ready for, and then maybe little rat poison after that, as he would say. So you have Tennessee, which I get. You're getting 7.5. It's hard not to take that. But, I may be with my friend Bama Bruce. He's on the show yesterday, and he's, he would even say take Tennessee, I believe. I think he's taking Tennessee in that one. So I'm going to go over the top and support Alabama on this one. I think that team is just really good right now, and that defense is playing better and better. Now, that defense has to stay sound. That's kind of the big part, or Tennessee will eat them alive. They have to stay really sound. The penalties can't be there, but they've gotten better in the penalties the last couple weeks too. If they stay on that route, I think they can win this game pretty easily. All right, biggest spread here of the day. USC at Notre Dame. Notre Dame 9.5 point favorites, Matt. 9.5 points for Notre Dame. What do you like in USC at Notre Dame?
Well, I'm not a Notre Dame believer. I really like CJ Carr. I really like Jeremiah Love. I really like Jadarian Price. I really like Jaden Greathouse. I really hate that defense. I think it's a bad defense. Despite what they did to Arkansas, I don't care. It's Arkansas. And for USC, I think they're playing at a college football playoff level right now. I think Jacoby Lane and Mekhi Lemon are two of the best wide receivers in the country. Jordan Mailata is a really good quarterback. Lincoln Riley has that offense humming. I have USC covering for sure, and I think they're going to win the football game.
I like that. We talked to Bruce yesterday. This was his big upset game of the week. USC beating Notre Dame 9.5 points too. I just can't take Notre Dame's going to blow out USC, because the one thing we've seen from USC this season, efficiency, offensive efficiency. Now Notre Dame has a hell of a defense. They're going to come in there and play hard, but USC has been efficient on offense, efficient on third downs, efficient at scoring the ball. They're bad in the red zone. I get that. I don't trust this Notre Dame offense to be world beaters. So I think that the Notre Dame defense is canceled out by the Notre Dame offense. And we see USC be able to be efficient enough to at least keep it within the numbers and possibly walk away with this win.
Okay.
Take us to the NFL, Matt. How about the Colts at the Chargers? Indiana Jones taking on Justin Herbert, who's having one of the best years of his life, dating a Victoria's Secrets model. I just saw the Madison Beer was doing the Victoria's Secret show, and so he is having a time of his life. The team's doing better. Maybe it's struggling a little bit right now. The Amari Hampton injury is no good for this team, but Chargers 1.5 point favorites at home. One of the worst home field advantages in sports is LA, either team. They just don't have a home field advantage. Their fans show up late. They don't really care. They're not that loud. So we will say Colts versus Chargers. Chargers 1.5 point favorites. What do you like, Matt?
I'm scared of this one.
I know. That's why I picked it.
The Colts have been playing as well as anybody in the NFL this year. Granted, their schedule hasn't been terribly tough, but they're a good team. They're a lot better than we thought they were going to be. I think they're going to be a playoff team. I 1.5 points. That basically means I'm picking the winner of the game. And I think that the Chargers win, so I'm going 1.5 with the Chargers.
Yeah, I get that. 1.5 is easy enough. You go 1.5 with the Chargers. I still am not fully in on this Colts team. I don't know why. They played so well. And the Chargers, though, I'm definitely not fully in on. So this does get more difficult because both of these teams have a lot of flaws. But in the running back department, in a game where both coaches want to run the football, the Colts have the better back right now. With Amari and Hampton out, the Colts have the better back. The Colts don't have the better quarterback, but Indiana Jones gets it done, and the Colts win in L.A. against the Chargers and continue on their ridiculous season that they have been having. So I will go Colts on that one, getting 1.5.
All right.
Final game. I really wanted to put this on here because, I didn't know if we were going to have enough opportunity to talk smack about John Mateer, and I thought there might be another quarterback to talk smack about in this. Eagles -2.5 at the Vikings is our last game. I made him sick again, guys. Eagles 2.5 at the Vikings. The Vikings are having the quarterback battle of the century, Matt. Carson Wentz and J.J. McCarthy battling. J.J. McCarthy seems healthy, but they were not willing to say who had been the starting quarterback earlier this week. So I have not seen yet who is the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings this week. The Eagles have been statistically just ocular pat down wise in any different way you try and look at this Eagles team. Not good. The only thing that's been good is they've won games, but they have not looked good as a football team all season. Minnesota's look good, but we don't know who the quarterback is, and that could be a problem against an Eagles defense if Jalen Carter actually can show up and play for a week, not spit on anybody, not be hurt. We'll see where that goes. What do you like? Eagles 2.5-point favorites at Minnesota.
Well, Patrick, I want to know something.
Yes.
Am I, if I give you this news, are you going to change your pick?
No.
You're not?
No.
Okay. Carson Wentz is starting.
Okay.
Against the Eagles. It is a Carson Wentz revenge game against the team that gave up on him at home with the full support of Viking Nation. I don't remember what their catchphrase is. SCO. Yeah. SCO Vikings. I am picking the Vikings to win this game. I am picking them to cover. I am picking them to win. I think they're going to beat the Eagles badly because Carson Wentz wants it. He wants it bad. And J.J. McCarthy's ass, and I hope he doesn't start another game for this entire season.
Come on, throw in some more J.J. McCarthy hate. I was trying to get some more J.J. McCarthy.
Sucks. That's why he's not starting over Carson Wentz.
There it is. There we go. All right. I have the Vikings, too. It didn't matter which quarterback plays. Their defense is going to be able to shut down this. I get Saquon Barkley will be good. Again, we found the magic ingredient yesterday when you talked about Spencer Rattler and Daniel. What was it? Spencer Rattler and Daniel Jones, right? And their numbers, right? Or Caleb, was it Caleb Williams or is it Daniel Jones?
Oh, you mean the PFF numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Daniel Jones, I think.
Because it was the two coaches that coached Jalen Hurts well and got Jalen Hurts to play really well. Those two guys can make a offense easier for a quarterback. Those two guys have done that over time in Steichen and Kellen Moore. Those are the two coaches that have gone on to become head coaches elsewhere. And I think that's the point. I don't think they have that right now. I think Jalen Hurts is struggling. I don't think Jalen Hurts is a bad quarterback. I think Jalen Hurts is in a bad system. Just like Baker Mayfield, just like Sam Darnold, just like everybody else. I'm not taking a shot at Jalen Hurts, which I'm sure it's fine on a Texas broadcast to take shots at Jalen Hurts. But I'm not taking a shot at him. So much about this is coaching. Nick Sirianni isn't a great head coach. He has to have coordinators on both sides of the ball to help him out, and he just doesn't right now. So I will go with the Vikings as well. Brian Flores is a great defensive coordinator. I hope he gets another opportunity to be a head coach. I don't know if he ever will because he may be blackballed in the NFL by now, at least as a head coach after the Miami Dolphins whole thing and the lawsuit and all of that. I hope he gets another shot at it because he is one hell of a defensive coordinator. So Brian Flores, I'll give that. The Vikings. There's our picks for the week, Matt. Two different ones between us. So we can only we're pretty much riding it ride or die together this week, Matt, of how we end up against 500 in our battle to be above 500 once again. LSU at Vandy, both of us take LSU plus 1.5. Ole Miss at Georgia, both of us take Ole Miss plus 7.5. Tennessee at Alabama, you take Tennessee plus 7.5. I take Alabama minus 7.5. USC Notre Dame, 9.5 points to USC. We both take the plus 9.5 for USC. Both of us believe this could be an upset the other way completely. If you want to take the money line, we don't think you're crazy on that one. Colts at Chargers, 1.5 there. You take the Chargers minus 1.5. I take the Colts plus 1.5. And we both agree Carson Wentz, revenge game. Playing in Minnesota. Plus 2.5 for the Minnesota Vikings. We both have that one. And that is our picks for this week. Let's talk about a couple other games real quick while we have a few minutes of time. And we should start with the other big game for Texas because we can talk about the Texans on Monday. They play a late Monday night game. And yes, Joe K, Carson Wentz is still playing. And I also agree with you. The OG Holy War, that Notre Dame USC rival should not go away because Lincoln Riley is a big old wimp. That's why it should never go away because Lincoln Riley and his awful brisket is a big old wimp. No one wants to see that. So I'm with you, Joe. The Cowboys take on the Commanders. Dallas is a 1.5 favorite in this game, Matt. It's in Dallas. It's a 325 games. Jerry and Steven have made all the jokes about the sun once again. We got to do all the things to figure it out. And you're like, yeah, just put a curtain up. We all agree you guys are idiots who won't do it. And you want the picture more than you want to win. We all agree with this. Put the damn curtain up. Makes for better football. But Commanders, Cowboys, 325 on Fox. Dallas, a 1.5 point favorite, man. Trayvon Diggs is injured. Kyrie Elam looks to start because Diggs got injured in a non-football injury at home, which is very Trayvon Diggs. To not be able to do it. He may have been getting benched anyway, but he is in that position. How do you feel about this Cowboys team being favorites? I get the Commanders' loss. That feels like that was a rain loss to the Bears because if there's not raining, maybe Caleb Williams doesn't fumble that ball, or not Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels doesn't fumble that ball at the end on the handoff that gives Caleb Williams a ball back to go score for the Bears. So I don't know. Maybe that's a rain thing for me more than the Commanders losing. They should have won by more. I get that. But what do you like about this Cowboys game this week?
Well, not a lot. I'll say that. Trevon Diggs is not going to play this week because he had a injury in his home, and he has a concussion.
Yep.
So he'll be out. Maybe that means that the Cowboys will actually be in better shape because he sucks, and Terry McLaurin would run all over the field on him, or whoever else is at wide receiver because he can't cover anybody. What I do like about this game for the Cowboys is that the Commanders' defense has been bad. It has been very bad, in fact. So far this season, the Eagles, the Commanders rank near the bottom of the NFL in a lot of statistics. Total yards, passing, rushing. They do hold up very well in scoring offense or scoring defense, I mean. But they're 21st against the run. I think they're 21st against the pass. And their total defense is like in the high 20s. So the Cowboys should be able to score in this game. I just don't think they're going to be able to stop the Commanders. So I can't have any faith that Dallas is going to win this game, especially when you said that the Los Angeles is the worst home field advantage in all of sports.
Yeah.
Cowboy Stadium is probably second because
Yeah.
any given game, it seems like half of that stadium is filled with opposing fans.
Yeah. I feel
So
that.
I'd pick the Commanders on this one, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't get why the Cowboys are favored. They're not a good football team. I get the defense is bad, so maybe they expect this to be 40-40, and the Cowboys' offense will just be better. But
another tie.
It's what I'm picking a tie. Picking a tie. That means Commanders. So we go with that one. Quick look around the SEC map because I want to give you another opportunity to talk trash. Oklahoma plays South Carolina. OU's only a 4.5 point favorite, playing a 3-3 South Carolina team that's 1-3 in SEC play.
Yeah.
Does OU at least get one win going into this horrendous, like really tough stretch at the end of the season?
It's in Norman.
It's in South Carolina.
Ooh, okay.
Columbia,
what time is the game again?
11:45 a.m.
All right. Well, South Carolina's defense is bad.
Yeah.
They give up 147 yards on the ground per game, 192.5 through the air, which isn't terrible. 339.5 yards per game in total, which is bad. I mean, look, I really don't want to shit on Oklahoma too much. Actually, I do. They're terrible. Without John Mateer in the football game, or without John Mateer playing hero ball, they're not going to win very many football games this year against good teams. The problem is South Carolina is a really bad team. They're bad on defense. They're only averaging 22.3 yards per game on offense. They're next to last in the league in rushing. They're 14th in the league in passing, and they're last in the league in total offense. So they have the worst offense in the SEC. That Oklahoma defense should have no problems with them. So I think Oklahoma wins an ugly game.
Yeah, I do too. I think they win an ugly game, but I think they win. I can't imagine that they're that bad. I know they were really bad, but I still think they're like South Carolina's just not good right now. And I think Oklahoma's at least good. And I want them to win because it's less fun for me if Oklahoma just sucks the rest of the season.
Look, I want Oklahoma to win almost all of their remaining games so that it looks better for Texas's resume.
Exactly.
I just don't have any faith that they can.
Hey, Naman, what's going on a Friday afternoon? Appreciate you joining us. Texas A&M's playing Arkansas. Only 7.5 point favorites. It's at Vietnam. It's there. It is. It's A&M should win this easily. Is this a trap game at all for A&M?
I think it's got the potential to be a trap game. I think almost half of the games in this series since they've been in the SEC have been one-score games. They've only beaten A&M once over their entire SEC existence, but it comes down to a couple things. Like if Talon Green can get going, then they have a chance. Every SEC game they've played, or the two SEC games they've played, they've lost by one score each.
Yeah.
They took Kentucky to the brink. They took Ole Miss to the brink. So they have upset ability in them. I just think Texas A&M's too consistent. I think that they're too good on both sides of the ball. They're playing like the best team in the SEC right now. They're the most complete team in the SEC right now. And I think they win 37-13.
All right. I like that. I like the pick. We're going to take our second break real quick, come back, wrap it up with our meathead, and get us to the weekend here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Friday afternoon. I'm hoping a great weekend for us Longhorn fans. Once again, it feels better than last weekend. A lot more nervous last weekend going into the game. Now I'm still nervous. I'm not concerned. Not Chan. I'm not concerned. I'm nervous. It's a difference. There's a difference. I'm nervous that the team doesn't show up. I think if the team shows up, we're fine. I get the problems with the O-line. I get everything else. I think if the team doesn't just eat into it and be a really, really young, unwell, managed team, then they'll be just fine. But they're still nervous that, they're going to go on the road and be like, oh, we beat Oklahoma. We're so good. I don't want to say that. Matt, did you get to watch any of Thursday Night Football last night in the Icy Hot Bowl?
I did not, Patrick. I watched Love is Blind with my girlfriend last night.
Do you want to take a guess on how many targets Jamar Chase had in the game?
0.
23, Matt.
He had 23?
23 targets, 16 receptions for 161 yards and a touchdown.
Good Lord.
3 targets for Jamar Chase.
Good Lord. Okay, well, that's not what I expected.
No. It was.
Hey, credit to Joe Flacco for finding his best guy.
Oh, and Browns fans are pissed today. They're like, wait a minute. Joe Flacco isn't terrible. It's us. Joe Flacco had a good game, 31 of 47 for 342. By the way, 47 pass attempts there for Joe Flacco. That is a lot. 3 TDs in the game. He played really good football. T. Higgins back into it now. I just traded him 6 receptions for 96 yards and a TD. Leading receiver. I know. Leading receiver for Pittsburgh, Pat Freiermuth, who had the big game, 5 receptions for 111 yards and 2 touchdowns. Who had Pat Freiermuth in their fantasy league? Hats off to you. If your fantasy league has so many roster spots that somehow you found Pat Freiermuth on that waiver wire and played him. Holy crap. But that dude went off. He had a huge play late in the game to help him win this game. It's crazy. But
my buddy Riley and I had a big argument because he picked Pat Freiermuth in his fantasy league last year. And he was like, he's a dude. And I was like, you think Pat Freiermuth is going to get you over the hump to win you the fantasy title? He finished second to last. So I'm just going to say.
Hey, he's a dude. Dudes are not always great in fantasy football. I'll say that. But I'll throw our meathead of the day is Jalen Ramsey, who was asked about the matchup with Jamar Chase earlier this season.
one from Cincinnati roll up here then, because he the one too. What's the conversation gonna be that week?
That's me. That's Jay. That's 5 for now. That's 5. Joey, I'm gonna give you. I know that's what Joey wanted as well, and he gonna get his ops, but that's 5 right now. That's 5.
Jalen Ramsey saying, I want to take on Jamar Chase. I'm going to shut him down. I'm going to take on Jamar Chase. 23 freaking targets. He's so many. It was like, there's no way, even on any of the gambling sites, you could have gone to 23. There's no way it would have gone up that high on targets.
Man, Jalen Ramsey's got to be on, like, Old Takes Exposed or something for that, like, right?
He has to be on something for it.
So, well, just real quick. So my fantasy league is on like a kind of a different scoring system that we kind of tweaked manually, and it's very heavy. It's very heavy PPR. Jamar Chase had 40.1 in our league last night. Holy crap!
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I was saying. I like when you said 0. I was like, you clearly did not watch this game because Jamar Chase was just all day getting targets. Fun stuff to watch. We're going to have fun watching Texas versus Oklahoma tomorrow. Make sure to, or Texas versus Kentucky. Sorry.
I mean, we could watch that one too for some nostalgia.
We're going to watch them both. Texas versus Kentucky tomorrow. Make sure to tune in for the pregame right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Tune in for the postgame on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Tune in on Monday on Texas Sports Unfiltered because be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here for more on Monday. Wrapping it all up. Another big Texas win. We've all got Texas again this week. Appreciate all you guys on the chat. Appreciate you guys on the text line. It's the Beer Chan. You're right. We'll be back. Please. We'll see you then. Until then, peace.